Good morning and welcome to the special meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on August 22nd, 2026. I am calling the meeting to order at 9:05 a.m. And then we'll do roll call. Mrs. Travis, still out ill. Member Smith is present, Member Fryler, present, and Member Sweet.
Present.
Thank you. Approval of the agenda. For Oxford Preparatory Academy Special Meeting Board of Directors, may I get a motion and a second? A motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? All right, flag salute. Member Ryder, would you please lead up?
Sure, please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to Christians, one nation, peaceful, liberty and justice for all.
All right, committee input. Members of the public may comment on items listed on the agenda or on non-agendized items. Only speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. Do we have any comments on agenda or non-agendized items on your suit?
No comments.
Thank you. Items for presentation and discussion. Item A, organizational vision and practice framework overview, and I will turn it over to our executive director, Ms. Fidesz.
Great, thank you, President Smith. While we're waiting for the presentation to be pulled up, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our special board meeting on a beautiful Saturday. So we are going to start this morning with just a brief overview of a vision for OPA for this year. And part of this vision really started with a conversation between myself and President Smith as we were trying to figure out where are we going as an organization and how can we really capture our rich traditions and really honor those, but at the same time continue to innovate the way OPA always has. So from that conversation, we thought about an idea of a telescope versus a microscope. So the idea of having vision and precision in our organization. So this morning, we just wanted to start with, let me export on screen. Thank you. Just an idea of how a strong organization needs both of these lenses as we move forward every day. So the idea of the telescope is we're constantly looking forward. How can we improve? How can we innovate? How can we elevate our practices with OPA to become so great that we're constantly just inspiring and bringing in the best and the brightest to our organization to really service the students that come to OPA every day. And at the same time, to make this organization exceptional, we also have to be really digging into the details. What is it that is right in front of us today? Are we being precise? Are we being collaborative? And how are we making sure that what we're doing daily is also moving us forward to that vision? So again, the idea is we need to know when we're zooming in and when we're zooming out as an organization and a team. So part of today is we're going to be zooming in to some of the structures and practices that will help us collaborate as a team with our board of directors, and also zoom out to truly have a vision of where the organization is moving to. Dr. Smith, did you want to jump in with any conversation at this point?
No, I would just say I'm really excited that we were able to find a theme that fits us so well, and hopefully carry it out throughout the year, where it's not just a one and done thing that we launch at the beginning of the year, never think about it again, but really apply it when we do our various roles within the organization. We'll consider when it's important to toggle between these two very powerful instruments. Thank you.
So we wanted to kind of set the stage today before we get into our other presentations and really think through some important questions that we'll have some time to discuss as a team. So think through, as a leader in this organization, where do I need to lead? What do I need to stand for? Decide something? Or when do we need to point us in a different direction? Where do I need to inform? Where do I need to offer what I know that others may not know at this time? Where do I need to seek? and admit that I don't have all the information yet. We're going to actively pursue that information. And finally, where do I need to be ready to act? And where to leave today to do something different because of what we've taken out of what we've heard.
We're good. All right, thank you. So yeah, please consider these questions as we approach the topics today. Feel welcome to lean in. And then again, hopefully this will lead into action coming out of today based on our various perspectives and our roles. And with that, we will move to item B, our budget workshop. Very excited to have our special guest from Charter and Todd, Ms. Jamila Satal. And we'll turn it over to you.
Well, that's just stand or sit or.
Yeah, where you are.
Right, this goes forward, that goes better, this work. All right, so I'm very excited to come before you today, to talk, board retreat and training. I know there's a lot. And the primary reason is to kind of talk about where we are in terms of what we think about numbers. What story does it tell us? And like, as board members, as members of the school staff, what should you ask me? What kind of questions should be asking critically about the budget? What should you, insights should you be working with me with, working with Heidi with? We're kind of right hand, left hand, right here in the situation. When a consultant comes in, I'm primarily focused on the back of the house financial analysis and reporting and grant association and budgeting. Heidi's going to be your front of the house. Like, how does this operate? If you go to a restaurant, Heidi's your manager. She's walking in, she's seating you, she's giving you menus. I'm in the back thinking about how much guacamole do we need for the next quarter to deal with the demand that Heidi is experiencing in the front of the house. I'm in the back thinking about like how fast does it take someone to get in the door, to get in the seat, and then do they leave a tip, right? So in that mind frame, as you think about some of the agenda items we're going to have, you have a big old printout right in front of you if you want to follow along there, right? I want you to continue thinking about those two right hand, left hand that me and Heidi would place together, okay? We're going to talk about just basics. I'm going to pretend like you know nothing about California school finance, right? Some of you will know a lot, and this will be very redundant. Others, this will be your first information. So I wanted to kind of go over that. Secondly, we're going to go into in practice, when you see these numbers, what should you be thinking about? Thirdly, what the budget development timeline looks like. You'll be surprised, it comes up pretty quickly in a school year, right? And then lastly, ideally, how these different groups, you have school staff, you have your board, you have your executive team, you have community members, and you have other administrative wings, how you all should work together in your roles, okay? So I'll talk, and please interrupt me if you have any questions, okay? Number one, so let's get last year, right? You all haven't been able to dig into 26, 27, so I figure we start here. Looking at this graphic, you'll see the biggest area on the pie chart where you get your funds is from this source called LCFF. Raise your hand if you ever heard this LCFF word. Excellent, of course, right? LCFF is the primary way schools are funded in California, right? The second biggest tranche is then like another slice of LCFF, or what we call specialty funds. Every year the governor decides, right? Maybe a little bit here for Props 28 for arts and music, maybe a little bit here for universal pre-K, maybe a little bit here specialized for student support. That always varies. The other small tranches are these areas that are more highly restricted or just highly available. So federal revenue, highly restricted, extremely. There's not a lot of movement there, right? Whereas like local revenue, this could be, you know, a parent is like, I just really love what you all are doing. Here's $5,000, go live your life. That is what I consider general fund. I've heard different people talk about budgets in different scenarios, and they're like, oh, that goes to general fund. And I always find that interesting because the general fund is this big, right? The rest of this pie is highly restricted to your school student operations. Every single dollar in that LCF category every year, we have to allocate and say, how did we spend it on specific LCAP actions, right? So I want to dispel that now. I don't know if it's being said here, but the general fund is this big. We learned that from this presentation. So let's talk about some elements of the LCFF just to get us grounded. You'll see up here you have a base amount. So this is aligning to ADA, this concept of like your kids are enrolled and do they come to school? So you have a base per student. Then there's an adjustment for your grade span. So it matters You know, if it's sixth grade versus eighth grade versus TK versus K. But another adjustment that we call supplemental, the supplemental starts to bring in these other concepts, these concepts where your demographics matter, right? Like, do you have homeless, foster youth? Do you have students in, you know, certain systems and other low income students? Because you get differential, you know, funding for them as well. And then concentrations adds another level because now this is like an additional bonus for students who meet more than one category. So homelessness, foster, low income. So you have a student who is both low income and in the foster system. That means you get an additional tranche of funding for them, right? So this is to accommodate for the realities of the different demographics a school may encounter. One thing I also want to point out here, this slide is about ADA. You've probably heard this before, but what does it look like? Enrollment goes up and down. It's exciting. At the beginning of the year, you typically got a big tranche, right? And I'm like, yay, exciting. Let's hold, right? We'll look at it every single month at board meetings because it is something that fluctuates. Also, alongside of it is ADA. That is the primary driver for funding. It's not just enrollment. It's not how many kids are in the building. It's how many kids are in the building. How often do they come to school? It's a literal equation. It goes enrollment times how often they go to school. I am Jamila Saku. I would just only miss 4 days. So my attendance rate is 98%. So of my one, I get 1 times 98%. So my ADA is 98, right? If I'm Jamila Saku, I'm having a hard time at home. Many things are going on. I've only been to school for 50% of the year. My ADA is 0.5, right? And that matters in terms of your funding. Or think about that student who's maybe not coming, say 50% in a quarter. They probably have a lot of needs, right? And those needs probably have a lot of expense items, right? But I want you to think about that reality on the fact that even though I might have more needs, the more attendance greater my demographic, you're not being funded at that level. That's where I think that concept comes back like, oh, we'll handle that in the general fund because you're not directly getting funded for the full needs of a student when things like that happen. Makes sense. So other state revenue, it varies. These rates are from a few years ago because things changed, right? But it'll be so from SPED, SPED's rate this year from the state is 1340. Previously we did a presentation a couple days ago at the board meeting. You saw different changes. Lottery mandate cost grant, SB 740. These are what I call specialty funds. These are like common, but not necessarily guaranteed. They have to be passed legislators. Federal revenue. Any and all of these can be, every year OPA applies for them. So at budgeting, we said, do we want title funds? And we said, yes. We did an application. We said yes to a lot of them, no to one of them, depending on, what you all want to opt into. And then there's other things like 21st Century, which is related to high school graduation, right? That could be something that's federally funded. These are all things you have to apply for, highly restrictive. Fundraising is the fun stuff I spoke about, right? These are usually a little less restrictive, except in some cases, right? So if you think about what you all have out there, your book fair, right? The funds associated with that book fair are for the book fair, right? Right? The revenue, the expense, all those things. Or like your annual giving campaigns or just like, please give to our school to support. That's where that's kind of like, flexible. You can kind of do what you want to do with those pieces. If you were to have a gala, have schools who have much bigger in operation and they have galas for specific reasons. They want to send the kids to the Congo to do missionary work, right? That's specifically what they want to do. It sounds like it's just, oh, this is just for the kids for the trip, but it is 100% for the kids for the trip. On the back of the house, me in the back, I'm gonna create a resource code for the revenue and the expense and it has to follow that trip, right? We'll collect backup for that trip, all those pieces. So now that we did a just basic overview, this is your revenue. It can come from LCFF, your specialty, your federal, other exciting things. When I present financials, they'll kind of look like this format that I'm going to go over. I'm going to point out some fictional financials, some things that will catch my eye and what I would ask and what I would encourage kind of some of your questions to ask. Let's start talking about first the drivers, right? The primary drivers for budget are going to be your enrollment, your ADA, revenue expense, cash balances, different from cash flow, different from fund balance. And we're going to talk about that today. Am I going too fast? You're just checking, post check, this checking, okay. So this is the meat here. So let's look at this revenue slide. You have to print out in front of you. I think that might be better visually for your eyes to look at. There's a couple things going in this scenario, right? You can see at the top, I don't have a little dot, but you can see at the top here, you see year to date is the first column. Year to date is like your budget to actual in the month, right? So we had planned to spend 8.5 million, or to receive 8.5 million in revenue. And let's say this is July, or better yet, this is September. In budget, we received 9.4. Huh, interesting, right? Our budget was 9.4, our actual was 8.5. We're $1 million short. Why? What's going on? Is it the timing of revenue? Did we think we were going to receive something and we did not? Likely, that's the case, right? Is it because, we had shortfalls, which is a bigger question, right? If ADA shortfalls are a factor here, right? Is it because, we received the revenue, but we didn't finish our grant report on time? That's a real thing. So we did not actually put forth the effort to recognize revenue, right? Because you can receive things in the bank, but there are strings attached to so much of the funding for schools. Their revenue is not recognized till you expend your effort. So you have expenses on the revenue and it's accepted by the grantee or party that's giving it to you. So there's a lot of questions there, right? Then on the other side, let's look at the annual. So you always see an annual picture as well. So the annual picture takes in our actuals up to September, let's say, in the plan. This is where you interrogate the plan. Does this plan make sense? Let's look at it. Our budget says we're going to receive 19 million, but our forecast is for 18.7. We're still about 700,000 short. The question has to remain. Oh, so we're not catching up. This month problem, we're 1 million short. We don't plan to catch up. Why? Right? This is likely an ADA issue, right? A major grant report has been missed. This is a big deal. This is an operational issue. If it's like, oh my God, you guys didn't submit. I'm trying to think of a big one that will swing things that way. ELOP, for instance. You all didn't do the certification at budget and you didn't submit your recertification in your expenditure report. You didn't post the narrative. There's a lot of strings, right? There's all the things. One of those were missed. Now you're not getting ELOP. Now I need to think about who's leading our ELOP operations internally. Whose role is it to provide the narrative? Whose role is it to have the expenditure reports done? You have an operational thing to unwind, right? This is a bigger deal. ADA, you need to pivot. It's now, we thought we were going to get, let's say something crazy. We thought we were going to get 60 more kids. We only got 20. Shortfall. What do we do? The next question is on expense. We've got to right size our expenses. Revenue shortfalls that are like an ADA base, which the main issue means right away, it's time to pivot when you have financials like this. Okay.
Could I just put an
Sure.
exclamation point on the example you're giving? This is why it matters so much for us.
Mhm.
When we have a student that moves or otherwise they choose to go elsewhere, those calls down that wait list are critical, especially when we're looking across 3 sites, because those enrollment shortfalls, right, can add up very quickly.
Extremely quickly, right? And you do have some very important timelines. This is where the operation comes in to make those phone calls. When are they pivotal? In October, that October 15th, in February, or end of January for our February counts at P2. These moments are pivotal. What's happening at this time? Kids are moving around in October. Then Christmas break happens and kids, as inevitably they move. They stop coming back, they change, so forth and so on. It's time to really start digging in at that point before February, right? So very good point. Oh God, I pressed a lot of buttons. Hold on, wait, go back. Okay. Revenue, all right, expense. So let's keep going on the ADA shortfall. This is not gonna happen to OPA, but we planned for 60 additional kids, we only got 20. Now, this is the reality we're in. There's a couple things you gotta ask in this situation. Our actual for year to date, remember this is month, right? Month onto our plan is 12.1. Our budget is 12.7. We're favorable, positive, means we save money this month. Yay. What's that looking like for the whole year? If we continue that process for the whole year and we keep everything the same for the out years, it only means that we save 67,000. Is that enough given our revenue shortfall? Absolutely not. We're looking at a deficit just by those two numbers, right? So then there's some questions. So we start thinking like, all right, looking at interest at the bottom line, surprise expenses. I love these. These means that we did not capture them at budget, right? This means that this was not thought about at budget, right? We should have very little of those. But if we have them, then we need to start reallocating. If we have 210 in expenses we didn't expect, and we saved 637 in books and supplies, what does that mean? Books and supplies is to go down by 210 right away. Right? Books and supplies may be able to go down even further because if we have a revenue shortfall and we based our books and supplies on student counts, it's too high, right? There are questions there to and adjustments to be made. Now these overages, look at the annual, where the negative means unfavorable, meaning it's not favorable to budget. Were these overages discussed and approved? And if this is surprising, we might have other operational things to talk about. Particularly look at the line facilities. 287,000 rater on the annual basis, 212 in this month, in this year to date. What's happening? Did the air conditioner go out? Did, we have some coding issues, not coding, but like code enforcement issues, right? Did we, something devastating happened to the building? I worked in Louisiana for many years, right? We had a hurricane one year and it blew out every single window in the high school. So yes, our facilities line was about 500,000 over, right around, right there, right? And if that happens, that happens. That's the operational thing that you have to adjust for. So what else do you change, right? We need to change our 67,000 favorable in this environment, given our unfavorable revenue balance of 739. These should be the things that pop out to you as soon as you see these two graphics. Now on the cash side, this is, somewhat of a maddening graphic if you're not used to looking at it. So let's take a moment to look at it, right? There's 3 lines, right? The red line is the one that me in the back of the house with my analytics, and I'm like, what is the baseline we need to stay at? The red line is, if you're at least here, we're good. This is days of cash on hand. This is a 45-day cash on hand, meaning if you get no additional revenue, everything shuts down, how much cash do you have on hand to maintain your operations, right? You guys, I have you at 90. We can talk about it if you want to break it down, but you want to be able to, like, if it all falls down, think of COVID when everything literally slowed down. Think of government shutdown times. Like, you are not as dependent on federal funds, but like, say that happens at the state level. You want to have a certain amount of cash on hand. Look at that red line. Let's talk about September. Let's imagine we're here in September. In September, you'll see something interesting happen. We are way below the red line. Uh-oh. Why are we below this red line? Okay, what about the blue line? The blue line is budgeted cash on hand. This is what we planned. This is what we thought we were going to do. The difference between the blue and the green is small, but we're way lower than our cash on hand. What would this tell you? What questions did you have at this point? Me personally, I'm like, all righty, we're trending really low on cash. So what is that meaning for like our AP? Do we have some aging and do we need to get some? Meaning we need to stall a little bit. Typically you tell vendors you pay in net 30-day terms. That's why I always ask my clients, what is your payment terms, right? If we're having cash issues like that, I'm like, you might want to revise to 45. Right? Because we're going to need some time to recover. As you'll see, we're planning to recover mid-December in January. See where that green line hits the red. We need time to recover. And, this is a moment where you kind of have to make, some sense with your vendors. Like, hey, if you're a year-long vendor, we have a contract with you. Can we hold and do quarterly invoicing? Can we hold and I'll pay it? This is where the operation comes in because we have a cash problem. Right. And it's not an immediate, we're going out of, we can't, fund the school, we need to shut the doors, but we can't sustain pressures from the outside. We can't sustain operations not happening perfectly. Okay. Other questions I would have is minimum cash requirements. The CDE requires a certain amount of cash that you have on hand, right? And if you're ever not meeting that, which you can see in June, we're in trouble in this school. I should use the more positive example, but we're in trouble in this school. We're dropping below our days on cash on hand, and we're getting to the point where we're less than cash that we need for our minimum balance at the CDE. Now it's time for discussions about lines of credit. Now it's time for discussions about loans. Now it's time for a discussion about major cuts and shifts to expenses, right? This is not a great place to be, but watching this graphic and making sure that green line and that blue line never drop below that dotted line that I'll have in each presentation is going to be critical. And if it does, and you're at the school level and you start to experience, Paul, no more AP payables, you can maybe understand why. Right. Or if possible, negotiate contracts, right? We always talk about, it's for the kids and it's, a good reason, but it is because it's for the kids and it's emergent, you just go with what you get, right? Pausing and like, can I get the best price for the best product helps you stay out of situations like that. Making that a mindset, not that have scarcity, but like I'm protecting our assets for a future state that could happen is a good practice here. Now, cash flow. I don't know if people have seen this. LCFF, now how it goes. Now, how does it actually work? Let's imagine you get 14,005 per kid. This is what this scenario says. At the beginning, at P2, remember, in this fiscal year right now, we're sitting in August. July is a deferral period. You don't really get revenue from the CDA in July because the school hasn't started. You're going to start in August in your August financials. You're getting paid based on last year. All the way until January, till February, excuse me. So it's great that we have more kids. We're not getting paid on that right now. So when we think about our expenditures and we think about that year-to-date piece, keep that in mind. Now, this is the fun part. February. Purple's my favorite color, so I changed that color. Yes, okay? February, we're starting to get paid for this year, right? But what happens if at P2, which is the prior year, you're at 100, and current year, you're at 110, you grew, excellent. You start getting paid, not more than what you got paid before. You start getting paid this very complicated formula. It says you get 55% divided by 5, divided by the total, divided by what you received already. So those payments in February and March are flatlined, and they're usually not as high, right, from the LCFF portion, because they're trying to make sure they don't overpay you, because they're going to check again to the green. They're going to check at P2. This is where our February March count is. And if in this scenario, like you did, you lost 3 kids, I'm like, oh, great, we're not paying you. We're going to cut it down. They'll pay you a balance, big payment, but that balance is going to be only based on your final ending. You will never get paid more than what you end up at the end of the year at P2. Does that make sense? This is why these moments count. I have other clients and they have gone through some hard times where they're like, we're going to knock it out the park. Shamila, base our budget on 50 more kids. I'm like, alrighty, right? We base the budget on that, meaning the expenses based on that, meaning everything is based on that. We're rolling with the 100 kids they had. They don't get 50 more kids. They get 10 more. This is real. We're talking line of credit. We're talking cuts. We're talking field trips are canceled. We're talking about new FICA setups and tax setups for payroll. We're talking about everything because now we have a cash problem, a real big cash problem, and a revenue shortfall. We're in trouble on 2 ends. We don't have the cash. We don't have the revenue. We're violating 2 covenants of what we said to authorize that we will maintain, right? Why is enrollment so important? It is literally this. Because if you guess wrong, if you're off, it's 14,000 per ADA. I will always talk to you about per ADA. Per ADA, you're off. Per ADA, you lose. This little graphic, keep it. Think about P1, P2. What would it look like? This is a really important thing for you to see because it's a scenario we went from, we grew, but then we didn't grow as much as we thought by the end. We were able to recover, but, just wanted to play out these factors. Any questions about this before I move on? Now, I've been talking about cash a lot. What about this thing called fund balance, right? Fund balance is really, if you're in another sector, this is shareholders equity, meaning I own this company, but there are other things, like I have a certain amount of cash, but there are other things I'm holding back to make sure I can fully, do the operations. In schools, what this looks like is like, if I have a long-term facilities project or capital improvement, My fund balance is gonna be the difference between my cash and what I have held back for that capital improvement. Your fund balance is gonna pretty much always look different from your cash balance. Fund balance includes more elements, right? It can also include cash that is spoken for, meaning cash that is restricted. You receive a multi-year grant and you get it this year. 5-year grant, you get it all this year. None of that is reflected in your fund balance. It's in your cash balance. You're like, well, we got like $5 million extra dollars. I'm like, right, it's not for this year. 1 million of that is for this year. Hence why your fund balance only went up by 1 million, whereas your cash went up by 5, for instance. That's a really nuanced fundamental difference. There are schools who have very healthy fund balance. You guys have a pretty healthy fund balance as well. And off the argument, are like, this is too healthy. What are you doing with this money? Right? And so we end up having to, in first interim, second interim, in our budgets, define what we're going to do with it. So we say in our fund balance, I like to use this word, a fund for unexpected economic uncertainty. It's my favorite thing to write, right? And I take a big chunk of it and say, like, we're saving in case of a rainy day. But then the rest of it, they want to know, like, you said you want to talk about this kindergarten expansion. When are you doing that? Right? So they want to see, like, in 2028, we're going to do a kindergarten expansion. It's going to, cost us $250, this amount per ADA. We're building a wing on the building, right? As some of you all's fund balance are getting to that point where I suspect, depending on your authorizer, maybe they don't care. They might start asking that question. So we might come before the board with a plan for the fund balance because the question is starting to be asked, right? Sometimes if your fund balance is healthy and you're running deficits, that is also great. Because it's saying, like, we're using our prior year reserves to figure out, sustain, and right size our operations. So we're going to be negative for a couple of years as we do that. Think of middle school. Right? This is having a healthy fund balance helps you have that conversation. And then the last 2 bullets are just so you know, like, what is the reserve that we need for schools per the CDE? It's between 3% and 5%, right? You guys are at 5%, right? Know your authorized contract, right? They can change that at any point. Know that is important. Some schools are at 3%. Some are at 5%. You guys are at 5%.
In some organizations, the board sets a higher percentage above than what's required by the law.
Yes, and that is also a thing you can do because that also helps in the conversation. What are you doing with this cash? Like, well, our reserve is 10% now, and we're going to keep it. And therefore, when you have that graphic and that dotted red line, it's going to be a little higher, right? Because now you have to have a certain amount more cash on hand, but it also will protect you for like when something does happen. Right? You're not even close. Even in the most dire circumstances, if you're at 10% and you only need to maintain 5%, you're typically not even close to being in like a CDE trouble. So that is something you could consider. Yeah. Any questions about this? All right. These are drivers. We're gonna talk about them a lot. We all know expense. Everybody knows what expense looks like. If you swipe, well, we need this, right? I like to talk about something that can be trouble sometimes because it's operational. It's very visible. You see it. That's food costs, right? Kids are getting breakfast and lunch and so forth. You see it happening every day. How food is reimbursed and expense at the school side is highly complicated. A lot of schools have consultants, which I understand you all do, right? Where you have to count per kid. Why does it matter that kid scans? Oh, it matters, right? Because when we get an invoice and we need to show to the federal government that, hey, kid A, who has this number, who is low income or high income, whatever, received breakfast, lunch, and dinner this day, if we can't prove that, they're not reimbursing it at all. So then it becomes an expense without revenue, which ends up being a deficit marker, right? So like I always talk about food because people are like, yeah, kids eat. It's all good. It matters how that happens. It matters if they have a scan in or a number. If you can't find them in the system and somebody's like, just keep going. That's a problem. No, that kind of practice means keeps going. And that's all year. That's a $400,000 potential deficit marker there, right? Maybe not 400 for one kid, about 40 though for one kid. So that's one of those hidden ones that is like so baked into operations. It seems simple, but it has a revenue and expense side implication. So I'm gonna pause here. So I just went through in detail, like things to think about things that you should ask me, when in these scenarios, what could happen? Here's some best practices in general throughout the year. So these are more associated with the budgeting process, right? It's gonna come up on us quick. Spoiler alert, March, I start talking about budgets in school right away, right? February has happened, so I know what our P2 is gonna be. I know what our first 6 months of the fiscal year are gonna include for revenue, thinking about thinking about that graphic I showed you. So now it's like, all right, what do we want? So I had a line in here and I got you back to take it out. I used to be like, blue sky, think of everything, right? Because I know why to take that out because everything is not always appropriate, but you want to start thinking about like ideally for my vision, for what I want to be true, what I want on the table, and start like a funnel, start kind of, fully baking out, funneling through what's feasible in this year. What's feasible giving our revenue scenario, what's feasible giving our enrollment, what's feasible given our ending position that we're looking at in March, right? And then keep your instructional model in mind, right? This may sound simple, like of course we're at school, right? Sometimes schools will come to the table with budgeting choices. I'm like, how is that helping your LCAP? How is that advancing your goals? You're in year 3 of your LCAP. You're gonna have to really prove it this year, right? How does this thing that you're planning to invest in advance the audiences that you have to speak to? Right? The primary sources that gave you funding are requiring you to be accountable for. These are public funds. These come from property tax, from all ad valorem tax to all. These come from literally the public. And they're going to be curious about how do your strategies align to that? So that's another best practice. Oh, I'll kind of talk about this. LCAP alignment is really important, right? Oh my God. Rolling. LCAP alignment is very important. We have to talk to the public about it. You all have it every year at budgeting. Maggie did a great job this year talking about it. I just got with you all right in April. We made it through budgeting. All of us. So now in person, we did it, right? But it's a big deal. We had to do it in like a month and a half. That's not what we want to do. We want time to think about it, right? What we did this year in budget, we basically said like, steady state, let's roll it forward, add for expense increases, because we had to. Next year will be a lot different, a lot more intensive. And our conversations in finance committee and our conversations in board meetings, they should feel different. There's a lot of roll up that you all should be doing before March, that period, right? And that alignment to the LCAP is important. And if something is not going to align to the LCAP, which that happens, right? You're in year 3. We thought we were going to really blow it out with attendance incentives, for instance, right? We realized that's not the driver for our students in our community. What is the driver is parent nights. So we spent a whole lot more on parent nights and very little on attendance incentives. That's fine. We just need to be able to speak to it, right? So every single one. And then communication is really key here. This is a part of why I'm having this training. Everybody needs to understand what drives these conversations for the finance people in the back of our computers. We're not robots who are just trying to like make it all work. We've got a lot of different elements that we're trying to see to make sure the school can survive, can implement its strategies, right? So when a question is asked of like, so you had this is a real example, right? You had one of the bounce houses come out and, it was a great incentive for the kids because they like did good and they got like honor roll and kids came to school, right? Okay. You're going to do that again. You want to do it 3 times a year. How is that driving enrollment? How is that driving test scores? How is that driving our LCAP goals? What is that connected to? That's where that stakeholder engagement is important, right? How much this costs 50,000, this one costs 48,000. They're so close. I need both of these services can provide what I need for the student. How do I choose? Why that thought process is important? It's not about the $2,000 difference impact of the expenditure. One is a national organization. If the person can't come, I have 6 other options to get this service fulfilled. One is a mom and pop, and they only have this, it's like literally this one guy, right? But if I go with a mom and pop, will that stimulate the community and OPA's reputation in the community? Will that engender more stakeholder engagement? Sometimes the answer is the mom and pop. right? So it's like this understanding, this like system level understanding of how these decisions impact the broader picture is really important. That's what this slide is talking about. And then there's no crystal ball. You'll hear me say this. I say it a lot. And I think I've said it to you. I'm like, we'll handle that in forecasting. In budgeting, we're not going to capture everything. It's impossible. In year, real life of a hurricane happened and the windows are blown out is a forecast moment. There's no way we can capture that. Zero. So there's going to be a point in budget. I'm like, let's pause. If that happens, we'll deal with it in forecasting, right? If it's something major, I mean, most things can handle in forecasting. Budgeting is your best foot forward at the time. You have limited information, time is proximal, we have deadlines. This is your best information. Forecast is the living, breathing budget in action every month. That's the source for it. And mid-year changes and bumps are expected. All right. This slide is tiny for you up here, big for you in front of you. I won't read and talk about every single thing on it, but I just want to give you a sense of like ideally what is happening month to month in the school year. So March through May, right? Charter and practice is us. We're going to be thinking about, we're paying attention to everything happening in the news for the governor's budget, every single thing. Think specialty funding, the other state funding and the federal funding. Those decisions are happening March through May. So we have something called a May release, May revise, June revise. These are like, actual updates from the governor that help us form a budget. They have amounts, they have per pupil allocations. Like I'm going to be a hawk on those things, right? And it won't just be me, it's all of us, right? Because like depending on the school, if you have an independent study program, that's a totally different release than if you have just a traditional in class charter school, right? Once we have some estimates, then I'm going to be turning to right to OPA. Like, hey, let's talk about staffing. I mean, staffing at every element. FTE percentage, title, position, grade level, right? Do they have a stipend? Are they a 10-month, 11-month, 12-month employee? We're going to get very deep. The quality of this data impacts the quality of our outputs, right? Instructional funds, fixed cost, discretionary spending. Discretionary spending, some clients don't like when I say that because they're like, nothing's discretionary, right? But I think discretionary spending is everything in your 4,000s. For those of you who don't know, the CSAM was your books and supplies on down, right? Not your payroll. That's not really discretionary. You don't want a situation where school-based or any staff is like making a trade-off like, oh my God, that teacher quit. We got 30,000 more, y'all. That's not that conversation we're doing, right? So discretionary tranches are like the areas where you can say like, I have 5 more kids. I need 5 more scholastic curriculum materials. That's a discretionary choice, which you should have and you should be double in, right? So let's talk about just the discretionary elements there. That's what's happening in March through May. May through July, you're coming up with you're looking at the May revise, you're making adjustments, you're fine tuning it, again, this funnel. By June and July, you're getting your best based on the best information from the governor, your best conversations that happened in March through May, and you're putting your best foot forward. And we're doing all the compliance steps at that point. So that's generally how budget development goes. Pausing. Any questions on first one? A lot of information. Okay. So ideally, how do we work together? I mentioned this earlier in the beginning. I said I'm going to have a couple slides to talk about school level, admin, executive team, board. Ideally, how should you work together? This is like a schema of what that can look like. So start at the bottom. Strong governance provides direction and oversight. Operational teams execute with integrity and accuracy. It starts with our operational teams, right? If operational teams are highly functional, what funnels up to the top is very simple to understand, is easy to speak to, right? When you have a highly operational and highly functional operation team, they can answer any question about what you're asking. They want to know, okay, how many teachers quit by December? They got that answer, right? They want to understand how's grant reporting come. They have an idea of that, right? When you have a highly operational team, you just don't have to get into the weeds that much. You need to be involved, like if you're the board members I'm speaking to, involved in this. Do we need a line of credit? I need you guys' brain on that. right? Do we, open this secondary wing for the TK grades? Do we build it out? How long will it take to build out, right? Do we form a partnership with Boys and Girls Club of America, right? Which will change the way our school day is structured at SV. Kids will get out at 1 o'clock instead of 3. That's the kind of decisions that typically, like when you have a very high functioning operational team, the board engages in. We need your buy-in, we need your like community input, you need your higher level perspective, right? Whereas the day-to-day operation, so you have us here in the middle, this back office provider, I'm again in the back, I'm thinking about the guacamole accounts and I'm ordering, right? And then you have Heidi in the front, Heidi, John, Maggie, and now tell me your name again. Nicole in the front thinking about, all right, how can we make sure the instructional model is fully sound and that kids are passing tests? Kids want to come back. How do we make sure for SPED the kids are getting their services met, IEPs, and parents trust us to do that, right? You're focused on that. Your fiscal staff, Heidi's going to be in the weeds of like, this vendor did not give me a new W-9. I cannot pay them. And the vendor's going to be like, it was, I gave you one 2 years ago. And she's like, I can't use that. And they're like, why? She's gonna know that that's unethically unsound, also against the law, also an audit finding. She's gonna know that, right? She's gonna have that in her head. So she's gonna have a whole email process situation. Vendors, I need your W-9s. I will, and she's gonna send an email says, I won't pay you unless I get your W-9. I'm like, why? She will hold that fiscal compliance, operational oversight at mind for all her all the things that are going on in a year. Finance committee special though. You kind of get in the weeds with us. We need you in the weeds with us. If you're on finance committee, I will be talking to you about, we got this W-9 issue, right? So if you're seeing APAG, which is a part of the financial package that I provide, it's because these vendors have not given us a W-9. I'm like, well, Jamila, let's just pay them. I recommend you do not, right? Because this is a potential audit finding all these different risks, right? Then operationally, you're going to speak back. What are you going to do? Maggie, Heidi, you all will have an idea, John, of what to do, right? Now, how does this impact finance controls, internal controls? The bottom line, right? This is what we're assessed on when auditors come, when CDE comes, when FICMAT comes, and everybody, the state, the controller's office comes, they're looking at this. How do you protect public funds? How do you promote fiscal stability? How do you make sure that the public, all your stakeholders have this information transparently and accountably? Meaning, how clear are your presentations? It matters to me what my presentations look like. That they read like you can understand what's happening, right? And then how do these items support mission? So then what does that look like if everything in your operations, those like 5 little budgets up here, everything's timely and accurate, and it's done monthly? If we only talk about financials twice a year, you can't prove this. That's why we do monthly financials now, right? It's a constant thing that is being talked about and discussed, right? Is it clear where you are? Do you have the reserves? Do your projections reflect risk? Say this was COVID. We all remember what COVID was like. It was a wild, wild west working in school finance for COVID. My forecasting COVID were like, okay, can't do that a whole enrollment thing. So what are we gonna do for revenue? So I start pushing local revenue, unrestricted sources, and I reduced our restricted sources. So does your forecast reflect the reality? Feds were shut down, state was shut down, people were not in office. So I needed to reflect at the COVID period, this has happened. Then when the federal government's like, all right, let's do ESSER 1, 2, and 3, I need to reflect the millions and millions of dollars in the good old days. Okay, we're in school finance at that point. We got all this money just thrown, right? But I need to have way more in capital expenditures, non-cap expenditures for our laptops, right? Does it reflect the reality of the times going on? And then what Heidi, John, our admin team is going to really be thinking about this year, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm hearing in every conversation I'm having, is how duties are segregated. How does one flow of an item impact the other flow of an item? How are they streamlined, seamless? How do people access them? What is the way if an auditor comes and asks a school staff, how do you submit a reimbursement? Will school staff have the same answer, right? That's extremely important. That's a test. I was an auditor before. If they have different answers, I'm like, downstream internal controls are weak. Right? The bottom line is governance sets the direction of oversight with your staff to execute. Board members, you all set the direction of what you want to be true. Your staff members are got to be the one who's doing it. They have to execute. So in their conversations with them is like execution, what's it look like? And eventually what you should get to as board members is that you're not worried about execution, but you are worried about governance. When they come to you with like these big issues, right? We put in our budget that we're going to receive 1340 in sped, something crazy happened. I don't think this will even be legal, but some legal injunction happened and it's not 1340, it's $340. We had a big conversation going on. Board members out, that's when then they'll need you to kind of navigate this challenge.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Going back to that slide.
Yeah.
Do you think this is sort of a, maybe an evaluation tool for us in terms of, this is like ideal, right?
Yeah.
Where are we? I'm just curious, your opinion, should come in, and I know there's been a lot of evolution.
Yeah.
So, we're still getting things settled, but generally speaking, how well do you think we align with the best?
I think we're close in that you have the people with the right mindset. And I've been constantly impressed by that, right? That you all have a vacancy and it's filled. That is not the case typically. It takes months and months. So I think the mindsets to do the bottom row are there, right?
Yeah.
I think where there's going to be continuous improvement, opportunities for growth is the internal controls. The streamlined, seamless, everybody gets it, everybody understands, everybody knows who does what, and duties are appropriately segregated. That's a growing pain that's going to happen. You got new people. So I expected, and I see that that's an area of growth for you all, right? So I think the most important bottom line is there. You have people with the right mindsets, but where you're going to experience pain, and you will, I keep just saying it out loud, is in that segregation of duties and internal controls, because your folks are going to have to get in order, and things will change downstream at school levels. I would identify areas that need to change, right? Around mindsets, around budget, how we approach spending, how we approach decisions, right? But this is not like atypical. This is not like call 911. This is like a big issue. It's reflective of where you all are, that there has been a major change. Does that answer your question?
It doesn't.
Yeah.
I just really appreciate your perspective too, and I think this is a big reason, the board prioritized having a back office providers. Not only you all bring in such expertise and know best practices, because you're doing this across multiple organizations, right? But also you bring more of a neutral, perspective and maybe help us see things we can't see because we're too close to. So anyway, I appreciate your initial kind of assessment and look forward to continued conversation on like how we can really, like you said, it's all opportunity. So
Yes.
how we can, fulfill our.
Awesome. Appreciate that. But you're there, you're getting there. We got the people in place.
Yes.
The people are not in place. I'm like, we got a lot to talk about. Okay, you can hire people immediately, right? But you've got the people in place. So that is, I think, a real strength. Starting the year in August, right? This last slide just comes in terms of questions. Like I would like have this in front of me. If I'm a new board member, I'm like, I don't know what questions to ask Jamila. And I say like, hey, any questions? It's not uncommon, to be perfectly honest. The more we work together, people will be like, sounds good, especially if there's a surplus, right? If I'm presenting you a surplus and everything's good, it's like, excellent, sounds good. And that's fine, right? But to have some critical, maybe back in your hat questions to ask and like things to engage with, these are some good ones, right? One that people don't ask until budgeting is this, I don't know, what's this fifth one? Are we projecting deficits in future years? If so, how are we recovering? I'm always going to give you a multi-year. I'm going to say, if this is true and this is true, this is what it looks like out. I want you to look at those numbers at the end. 5 years out, that's what I give you, right? If you're projecting deficits or even surpluses, why? Interrogate that information. Why does that matter? Because when you're be going through charter renewals, as you will be doing this year, those projections really, really matter. And if they're wildly off, those projections are wildly off than what we're submitting in interims, that's a flag, you know, for our authorizer. So we want to be kind of curious about that. That's a question people don't really ask me or don't really look, but I want to point it out as another one, right? Um, and then are there any compliance concerns, audit findings, or internal control issues? It's going to become very relevant as we're entering audit now, right? OPA is going through their what we call like the interim audit. It's been going on since April, late April. So there's a lot of document pulling and document doing inserts and whole spreadsheets. In September, it's going to be the field work, so to speak, where they're actually testing and then asking you all questions, right? So it's very like real time when that's happening. I can imagine you all have a September 10th in October. They're probably going to come to you with some thoughts about what's going on, right? And your audit will likely need to be done by December. So that audit will become very relevant in the next few months. All right, that's it. For me. Any questions, anything you would like to ask me?
Yeah, and then I'll open it up to, my fellow board members as well, this question. As part of our board materials, we look at contracts, programs, we improve, these, and I'd like to get your thoughts as well. In our board materials, if it would be helpful, to get maybe, short financial summary, just to take a look at our financial health at that time. I know we have our interim, budget reviews in December and in March, I believe, but maybe in those months in between. Seeing like, pick 2 to 3 like metrics, either between some good ones here. Like ADA, the cash balance, like actual versus budget. Just a small summary. I don't know if it would be helpful to see. It doesn't have to be a full presentation, just like
Like a little snapshot
a
thing?
little snapshot, yeah.
Sure. So I prepare monthly financials every month, right? So maybe I can work with Heidi and Heidi can maybe translate, because I always have these graphics. Like, I mean, I changed the font this year because, time for a change, but it will look like this. These graphics, you'll get revenue, you get expense, you get cash balance, you get fund balance. So maybe you can do like a little cheat sheet, like the 3 schools and the 3 graphics. That, that will be
Yeah, I
simple.
think that'd be helpful,
Yeah.
just provide some context
Yeah.
on your financial health.
I think
That sounds right.
we have been planning to reinstitute at our board meetings every month, just what you're asking for. A monthly snapshot. We see it in finance committee, right? And before we used to have it happen also at the board meetings.
Yeah.
So I think I like your idea and it aligns to what we're hoping to get back.
And we can make that very real soon, right? So September 10th, you will have your first month. It's gonna be unrevolutionary your first. You don't really get revenue, you just got expenses, but we can test it out that month.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, and it's a good month to look at where our enrollments landed, right? And
We won't have anything hard. I go off your attendance reports, right? You're not gonna have any month 1 attendance. Your month 1 attendance reports will be when I do August. Cause it's gonna look at school started, right? So July is just so
all right,
it's not exciting. 1 more month would be like really more substantive information.
got
You have enrollment, it's gonna impact your drivers of revenue, impact your forecast, your year-to-date actuals, start to really get in. And one of the most pivotal, I think, forecasts is October. That's like a swing month. In November is a sleeper because people like Thanksgiving, Christmas, but November is important, right? So we can do that. Starting your September 10th, we'll use our July, just be very, very high level snapshots.
Yeah.
Right. I might walk that back a little bit because July we're going to talk about UAR, so we have to finish the fiscal year, right? So maybe we'll use our June for the July, right? And then July, when we have our October one, we'll present both months. We'll figure it out. Tell me what you need, right? Because at this next board meeting, your month focus is going to be closing out FY26. You're going to get unaudited actuals reports. This is what we're communicating to the public and the CDD about where we're landing. right? It's not audited, it's subject to change, but it should look very close to the audit, right? So that's an important thing to really sit in. And then, all these other reports and stuff.
Yeah, and we can, play around with what that looks
Sure,
like.
yeah, but I think that's super easy, like just pulling the graphics so you can see that's easy. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We have, it was semi-aligned to that, but, I'm thinking more about this cheat sheet for board members, right? And the things we should probably constantly be
Yeah.
leaning into with our questions. But I'd also request that staff use this list to proactively alert the board when necessary of these things as well, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's a cheat sheet. I just wanted to recognize for all of us in a certain way.
For sure, particularly like, the enrollment projections, major contracts and expenditures, like our school staff are gonna have the biggest eye on those kind of big changes, right? Yeah. Good point, good call out.
I also want to echo what you were saying about internal controls and the importance of maintaining. And because a lot of our reporting, a lot of our data, financial summary is only as good as the data that goes into it. Right, and so making sure we have strong controls that are reasonable.
Yeah.
For the size of our administrative staff as well is so important. And I think you mentioning that the people here have that mindset is very reassuring.
Yeah.
I wonder if maybe having a training or something just to reinforce the technical aspects of maintaining proper internal controls would be helpful. Because sometimes people don't know what they don't know, right?
Right. I know in speaking with Heidi, and I let her speak for herself, that's one thing that she was like, we gotta have a training for this, right? Just things that like existing practice. You demystify it. It's existing, like I never heard of that, right? That's a lot of times that downstream that happens. Having a training that set the structure. Let's pick reimbursements. This is how reimbursements are processed at OPA. Or vendor invoices, right? Vendor invoices have to be sent to remit to central office. This is the address. Period, point blank, the end. Resetting that with vendors. So they're like, well, I sent it to, John Smith at, whatever site and it never got paid, right? That happens. That's an operational breakdown. That's an internal control, right? Those kind of things are going to be very important as well. It's a good point. Any other thoughts or questions? I think it's too simple.
So just kind of for our chancellors, because we go kind of from the board level to the central office level, but now we got back down to site level. And in the past, the sites weren't managing their budget as closely as the central office was. So it seemed like everything was coming from the central office and then just disseminated.
Yeah.
So I think our goal is to bring all of our chancellors into the conversation and really understand, like you say, demystify what is happening behind the scenes to make sure everything progresses smoothly. They understand the ebbs and flows. So thank you for even just the cash flow, the fund balance, because sometimes you just see the bottom line.
Yeah.
And you don't quite understand what that's asking you. So just kind of, I want to pose a question to the chancellors. It's really, like, what are you seeing from this presentation? Like, what connections are you making from some of our discussions about staffing, about enrollment? We're especially right now as we're actively monitoring that, and you're seeing kind of where is that taking you long term in terms of fiscal, sustainability? Because we just started really digging in with you guys to a 3-year plan and to why we're looking at really conservative enrollment numbers to project out for 3 years. So what are your thoughts? Like, what are your takeaways from this?
I think for me, looking at what our projected numbers are, enrollment numbers, like we're significantly higher than the last one that was presented to the board. So I think for us, like, it looks good, right? Like our enrollment numbers are up and our people have on wait lists. We seem to be in a good spot as far as the number of kids and how quickly we're able to enroll kids that make the lead. So for that part, I think that's a positive.
I think I would agree, with kind of your assessment about maybe the way communication is transitioning right now. And I think what I have seen today at least is like a little bit further confirmation of what I've seen in recent months about getting a little bit, lifting the veil a little bit into the processes that go into some of the numbers that we get. I really do appreciate, especially seeing the moderate term forecasts. So that as we're looking at not just like present day expenses, but like more site-wide initiatives and programmatic changes that we might want to work with our staffs with, that we can kind of see, well, what is the outlook of it, and not just for the next few months, but the next couple of years. So that we can think a little bit more broadly about, this is a big expensive initiative that becomes important. Here's like a 3-year plan for it. Is this actually sustainable based on these projections? So I do appreciate having a little bit longer foresight than just, do we have enough to cover our, you know, classroom materials for the next couple of months? That's helpful. Yeah.
So what I'm looking at is when I'm working with Jordan, I need to make sure that we're getting those numbers up. Because right now we're at 740 something, but we're projected at 760, and that's a huge difference. So while she's doing her best to get it, I need to be more proactive with her to make sure, because that's going to be a significant hit if we don't get those numbers up.
And then I feel like too, there are times like this where we see like, oh, we need some extra energy. Because to me, it's a we, not just a 1 or 2 people's potential, thing to tackle. Like, let's elevate and figure out, like, how do we take a team approach to it? So I never want somebody like a Jordan or
Right.
doing so much to feel like this is all on you, right? Even though that is their primary role, responsibility.
Yeah, and I think, I'm learning a lot about making sure everything is in place so that all of these things, and so we're finding little holes and restrictions, so we're gonna clean that up so that it shouldn't be a problem and things can move faster going forward.
Yeah.
Or process. I think we've been doing that as an organization a lot over the summer.
Yeah.
Strengthening our procedure, workflows, everything, so now we know what's supposed to happen.
And especially moving forward, working with Jamila, and we did, but it was a very fast transition in the spring in terms of budget projections and enrollment projections. Is now that we've got that baseline, it's really bringing you guys in because, we've been talking about enrollment and we're looking at the fact that there are no more classrooms left at SOC. So how many kids can we truly sustain at that site and truly serve them? We look at class size ratios and it's a balance. It's a balance of getting the enrollment to expand certain campuses, but to comfortably service certain campuses. So having that honest conversation when we go into this next cycle is, what do we consider max capacity at this time? What do we think is a conservative enrollment number? Because again, if you go back and kind of look at the charts, it's looking back a year, so to right now, but it's also looking to where we're going to be, several months from now. And it's that kind of wave of ADA and enrollment and attendance. So really having that constant conversation and open conversation with all of us, including Jamila, as she's kind of guiding us, and John and Heidi, so that you're very aware of what that looks like. And it's the balance, because right now I know we're in that interesting time of year. We filled our seats, then we had to see who was actually going to come, like what warm bodies were showing up in our buildings. But at the same time, we're making offers, but what if someone shows up in this little window where they can still come back? So, it's that delicate dance of making sure we don't over enroll, that we can't manage it, but making sure that we're over enrolling so that we make sure we're filling those seats. So just that open conversation, again, it goes back to what, Dr. Smith said, is it's no one person's fault, but if we're all actively monitoring it and encouraging it and seeking out support, we can keep that flow going so that our enrollment stays very, very stable. That's, I think, our biggest goal right now.
I think that's an excellent point. It's no one's fault, it's everyone's accountability. Everyone in this room is accountable for enrollment. And so how can you pull in resources to support this 20? If we're hearing 20 right now, let's all brains together. Do we need another enrollment specialist? Do we need to do a community push? Do we need to advertise? This is an expense question, right? If that was not realistic, how do we right side expenses? If we can't get 20, we need more teachers, we need more rooms, it's not realistic. let's right size our expenses. So then we handle it in forecast, it's not an issue. Right, we have a change from budget, but at the end of the year, we've already figured out what we're gonna do, right? And I think your point to like, we have to maintain ratios, this is like very important to me. I'm battling a sinus infection, my allergies hate me, so I'll give you some stuff here right now. But there's a very important compliance concept. Though, like they will literally remove ADA, remove revenue if you have more students than teachers. If you violate that for UPK, you could literally lose per hour, per student, per teacher ADA, i.e. revenue. These are the complexities that like you should not be worried about. The Heidi should know, you guys should know, Maggie, you should know as well, right? So like you guys will come to the table with two different perspectives potentially and things to consider, but like having the conversation and even like rolling it up. Like maybe it's before I come to you with forecast recommendations, you guys have met and you come to me like, nope, Jamila, that's wrong. We need to, bring that down, bring that up, right? Because I'm just looking at the numericals, right? That tells a totally different story than what's actually happening, right?
Can I also
Go
just
ahead.
add to what you
Yeah.
said too, and it's pulling up of your comments
Yeah.
as well, the philosophical variable that plays into this when it comes to the ratios too, that we often talk about, because I think there's a minimum we have to have in terms of enrollment to survive.
Yeah.
But then you get into that area of, okay, what's the best in terms of maximizing learning outcomes and ability for an instructor to be successful, right?
Yeah.
And so maybe we could fit 30 kids in a classroom, but maybe our philosophy is, no, we'd like to keep it at 25 and we can fiscally, soundly, do that. I think too, that's another variable we constantly are throwing in the mix of things as well. So I don't want anyone to ever feel like also that it's like we're always trying to get the maximum of what we can squeeze in a classroom, right? Because that's not what it's all about.
Because I might not maximize operations, right?
Yeah.
Or your portfolio.
And I think that's for SOC is something we really need to look at, because maybe that projected number didn't match what we could actually sustain. So maybe everyone else was very conservative, but because we knew SOC was full, maybe it was too aggressive. So again, it goes back to, it's not something to feel like it's a fault or something that was done incorrectly. Maybe our number projection just didn't fit what SOC needs at the time. So that's where we want to engage you in the conversation. We're not handing you a number, but we need to collaborate on what that number should look like, so it is accurate when we're doing
And
the
that's actually
projections.
a great conversation now that they've worked in the past, if wanted us to fill those classrooms, then go up a number, but it's great that we could have that conversation with you guys of what matches our learning philosophy and all that, so I look forward to that.
One thing I'd like to highlight just here in the comments that are being made, and then looking at what we're gonna be doing upcoming, I was just thinking about this meeting we're gonna have next week where we're talking about, pardon me, the different accounting software pieces. So one of those big changes that we're gonna be talking about and involving the office managers, and actually I think the deans would probably also really benefit from being involved in that training, is the different account codes. Now, this may seem like just something that's arbitrary or not really important, but the fact that we're gonna be moving to a new accounting system, or in terms of the account codes, budget strings, you guys at the site level are gonna be much more engaged in filling out those budget codes. Are gonna be a little bit more targeted. So again, it's gonna further this interaction between us, and you're gonna have more insight into your budgets, both in the 1 year and then 3 year, like you were talking about, Greg, just how beneficial that's gonna be for you. So I want to look at some of these like control measures as really being holistic and a way for you to gain more understanding and control and, feel more confident in your budgets moving forward. So, and then also at the office manager level, they're so important in helping and maintaining that, deans, and then also yourselves. So.
Let me add a fine tip to that, why that's important. Let's say one of your cafeteria workers went to school and like, I'm ready to be a teacher now, right? In mid-year, they move from cafeteria worker to teacher. If we continue month after month, like cafeteria worker, coded to cafeteria worker, I am losing the ability to allocate them on your LCAP, which then makes it look like our LCAP is say 45,000, 60,000 less, but it's not true. It's just our data integrity and internal control is missing there. right? So to put a fine tip on what you're saying, it's not just like we want to get our list right. It has an implication in our ability to thrive and survive. It has a revenue piece as to why we want to make sure cafeteria moves from, to teacher, or teacher moves from 6th to 4th. That has an implication. I have a grant for middle school that now I can put that teacher on, right? That really matters as well. Or teacher at, 1st grade, maternity leave for however long, and then they, decided they wanted to be a stay-at-home mom for a time, so they had to hire someone new. So I see vacancy, vacancy, vacancy. I'm seeing our forecast and we're trending low on teacher salaries, and then all of a sudden an uptick, right? I can glean why, just like in a spreadsheet, but it'll be better to understand like the reason why we're less on, this teacher is because this teacher went on maternity leave and decided to be a stay-at-home. That goes in our narrative sometimes for first interim. We're like, why is this low? Now I know, right? Now, it has risen, the cream has risen to the top when you're more involved in that payroll operation. Yeah. I'll end here. The other side's independent study programs. I know the board asks for that. I will say, as I say for most things that are complicated, I give you an overview. This cannot be the end of the conversation, right? It's an appendix because it's there in the back for you to think about. Here's what I want to say about it. 80-20. 80-20 is the rule, right? For independent study, which is basically if you're over your independent study program, it's like a student who is not in a traditional classroom student and are coming in building, they might be doing online courses, some blend of it, right? We have independent study programs with other clients where they go to the zoo for half the day, right? And that's independent study, right? So the 80-20 rule is this, right? The single most important factor is what the entire school is doing. So 80-20 is about not just the population you're thinking of, but the whole school. Can we take that enrollment divided by 80-20? And this is true. That is the rule. So if the whole school is over 20%, it's independent study program. Now you're non-classroom based. Now, all the non-classroom based, I would literally tell you to hire someone who is non-classroom based, a non-classroom based independent study coordinator. There are many, many, many layers of legislative compliance rule associated with this. Attendance is taken differently, everything. But literally, if you get over 20% of your population doing non-classroom based activities or independent study, now your LEA is considered non-classroom based. It is that important, right? It's not a terrible thing. You get different funding for non-classroom based. So let me not say it's not terrible. It meets students' needs. It is a differentiating factor. It is like something you can say, like we offer both these different programs. The school I'm speaking of that has kids go to the school 4 hours a day, they can't keep the doors shut. People are trying to get their kids in the school, right? Because of like this very cool way they are approaching science education, right? However, it does change everything about your operations. You need a non-classroom based group, right? You need a specialist, teachers, dedicated platform to support it. And so I just wanted to point that out to you, right?
Can I just ask, I'm not
Sure.
what brought this up, but none of our schools are close to 20%, right? It's not like we're nearing a decision point.
No.
Right, okay.
But
Just
that
wanted
is
to double
something,
check.
it's just something to really keep an eye on numbers.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it's by school.
Right.
And does that include the short-term independent study contracts?
Independent study contracts. Yeah, if you have pupils enrolled, it's literally 20% of your enrolled population at the school.
They do like a day or 5 days that they count towards that.
Yeah, anybody enrolled, because it's enrollment. I don't know what's going on here. I'm at the beginning of the presentation now. It is enrollment based, enrollment. Like literally who of your enrollment, not ADA, of your kids enrolled in your school, are there other 20% of them involved in independent study activities, programs, and things like that?
At any point in time.
At any point.
One day to make up a day they miss a school, they count towards the 20%.
That one day,
Yeah.
that enrollment day counts towards independent study.
Right, okay.
Yeah. Now there's more nuance. I mean,
Yeah,
the nuance is a certain amount of hours, right? The nuance is like, are they on site or off site? The nuance is the person, if the person is physically in your building and talking to them, but they're doing something cool and different, we can count that towards your regular school day. If they're off site or if they're on site, they're doing something cool and different and they're on a platform that is totally different from the school, independent study, right? There's a lot of nuance here. Extreme.
that's what we're kind of like, very quick items in that, just so we can be clearly monitoring.
Okay.
Because we have a lot of countries that utilize the option of independent study, mainly short term.
Mhm.
So the balance of ADA recruitment versus
Non-classroom.
across the threshold.
Now here's, I don't know if it's positive, but it's the realistic thing. Your auditors, as they get into you all do the independent study type of work, they're gonna test you for this 20%, right? You don't really want to find out in an audit, but you will be tested on it, right? And so the nuance of how many hours an independent study counts towards then that one day is a for that one enrolled student is independent study day, is something we need to have a whole other training about, right? Because I don't even want to answer you right now, but typically it's around 2 to 4 hours, depending on the type of activities, right? If it's like, they have 1 hour a week, but that's like gonna fly under the radar for a very long time. But like say you're doing 2 or 3 of those things, and you're starting to get 2 to 3 instructional time hours, right? That's where it can get triggered.
Yeah, I think we definitely need to show you our model.
Yes.
Because with the short term,
Yeah.
independent study, see, yeah, all that kind of.
I think that would be a good exercise. Talk to me about, give me some data on your model. Give me one student and let me follow them through this and let me see what I would assess this as, right? Mhm.
Chris, do you have a question?
I was only to say that we did a lot of work over the past year to evaluate our program. It was pretty rigorous,
Okay.
so I think you're gonna be very happy with what we present to you as the model. We are compliant with requirements for both long-term independent study and short-term independent study. And we had to take a look at a few things to make sure that any little nuance changes that were needed to be made were made. So just to reassure everyone.
And I don't know that it's the compliance of the model, I think it's more of the attendance component of it too, that we need to really make sure that we're. Well, can I ask you? So I was looking at Ed Code and I believe it's optional to provide independent
Oh,
study.
yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think there might have been confusion and I was told it was non-optional. So I wanted to verify that and then. To me, then this could go into the conversation as we're kind of assessing what we're doing. Perhaps we would shift in our model and if we have a lot through short-term independent study adding into this 20%, maybe we then reduce long-term independent study to help that number not potentially cross that 20% boundary if we want to avoid.
Yeah.
I'm not saying we should do that. I'm
Yeah.
just like thinking out loud.
Strategies.
Yeah, and that probably need to holistically look at both programs,
Mhm.
and figure out how they're impacting in
This 20%.
Yes.
And then I said, it's optional. It is optional unless there's like an IEP for it, unless there's like,
Yeah.
something specific saying that this has to be offered for this X student. But yes, it is 100%, it's option, let me stop saying that. It's optional depending on your population.
Yeah, and our charters even say we
Yes.
may offer it, they don't
Yeah.
say we will, so
Yes.
I wanted to
Yes.
fact check.
But we can maybe like, once I get more context, right, and I kind of learn more, like, I think this would be a good topic for me to like come to the board and talk about, because there's a lot here, right? And it's attendance rules are like, oh God, I have a colleague, right? So like, the good thing about the company I work for and who I work with, there are people who are specialized in certain areas, right? I have colleagues who do only non-classroom based. And I was like, can you look at my slides? What do you think? And they're like, yeah, but you need more. And I'm like, okay, right. So like, because attendance rules are so like persnickety is the word I'm going to use, right? And so it would change your platform particularly. Like, what do you use to take attendance? How often? Right? I'm sure in some schools are like, attendance must be taken for the beginning of the day by 9:30 or something like that, right? It's different for independent study programs, right? it has to be different because in essence, kids are able to engage with the content at their own pace. So how do you come up with an attendance structure that is reflective of that? More to come is what I would say. When I learn more, I'll kind of tailor it. And it's like, if I just build an independent study program, we can sit up here and talk for another 90 minutes. Slide. Yeah. So, and then just, these are some key points here. Just this slide here, if you want to like quick hit on like what I'm talking about in terms of compliance, when we do reach that over 20% threshold, or even in the programs we have now, it just will change the classification of your LEA if you're over 20%. These are the basic areas that should be factored in. Independent study agreements, documentation, teacher verification, attendance, evidence of student work. People go to school board meetings and fight about this. And if you ever want some just fun drama, reality TV, we'll get some CDE meetings about this, right? And retention for audits. Okay. I'm gonna pause there. Let me start independent study talks, but any other questions for me? I think I've used my time. I'm not sure. Maybe it's always like, you know.
I encourage everyone to continue to digest everything we heard, thinking about how do we continually calibrate, right size the type of information and our partnership with Charter Impact. So we do get the information we would like to see and when we would like to see it, because I think we can all contribute to that conversation. Right. So next we'll move, oh, well, yeah, we're gonna recess for 5 minutes for a quick bio break. So, recessing at 10:32 and be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back. We are reconvening at 10:47 a.m. We will now move to item D, administrative and board committees planning. We have some slides to pull up to use. So I'm going to flip the order, sorry, because I. Yes, that. Thank you. All right, so as a board, we typically annually review our committee structure. And so I'm gonna give us some primary questions we should be considering as we look at the following information, but there could be more. But mostly we need to figure out, do we want to maintain our current structure, which are all of the committees were engaged in our executive director committee. So do we want to stick with that or try to shift any of the topics or start up a new committee that would be considered a board committee? Do we want to maintain or start shift any of the committee overarching topic areas that we have? Do we want to continue to utilize committees to advance board priorities? If we do, which ones? And then we also will need to determine which board members are serving on which committee. For today, we're not taking any action on any of these considerations. We want to, though, get sort of a plan formed out so we could potentially take action at our next board meeting. So a little context setting, purpose behind board participation in committees is a chance to engage in meaningful dialogue. It adds additional time for us to work through strategic questions. It's not a time to get to the operational mix-up. That helps prepare the ground for full board decision making. So in committee work, we can go deeper, have more meaningful and focused thinking. So a board then can be more informed, make more efficient decisions when items come forward to the full board. We can act as strategic thought partners with our executive director and staff, giving perspective, really sharpening questions and stress testing ideas. Again, rather than doing direct implementation. And then provide assurance to the full board. This is a chance for when we have, needs on committees, we'll signal to the rest of the board that matters received are appropriate attention or diligence, and that it's all supporting the full board's confidence on committee recommendations. And then finally, it really helps extend our oversight capacity. Again, committees allow for deeper engagement, specific areas, than we're able to do as a full board collectively. Just a little bit to remind ourselves the difference between governance and management in committees. We need to protect the integrity of the full board authority. So maintaining our governance posture ensures that the decision making remains with the full board. And that we don't have some subset of members exercising undue influence over matters that actually require full board judgment. And then committees advise, they don't decide. Our committee recommendations inform again the full board's deliberation. It's not a substitute for full board's vote, applying the organization. And a member of a board board member on a committee has no authority to act on behalf of the board unless that authority has been explicitly delegated via board resolution and is in compliance with our bylaws. And then again, governance is not equal management. As board members, we have to be vigilant that we don't drift into operational or managerial matters that fall to our executive director. And our role is to set direction, oversee, and maintain accountability. It's not to actually execute the work in most cases. And then along those same lines, we want to preserve our ED's authority to lead staff and operations. Blurring the line undermines their role an ability to manage the organization and can create confusion about who is accountable for what. So any questions or thoughts on those two context sites like? Okay, just commonly, charter schools they don't have to have, these types of committees, so governance, finance, academics, and then developments. And then experts recommend that we limit our standing committees to those core ongoing functions. And then we handle any like short-term needs or specific things that come up, like when we're doing board member recruitment. That those are the limited term structures. And again, just being considerate of our capacity as volunteers to engage in all the work we need to do. It's a delicate balance in terms of ensuring if we do have committees that they are effective and necessary, and that we're also not overextending our role or our capacity. Our bylaws. I'm not gonna read this, but I just wanted to put them in here for reference. This is speaking to specifically if we have board committees, which again, I'll talk about in a moment, are different than executive director committees. We have to have a resolution created by the majority of the board. And the committee has to consist of 2 or more directors, and the committee members cannot be people who are not on the board of directors. Now, others can attend the committee meeting and support or engage, but again, the membership of the committee is exclusive to directors because there's actual voting that occurs in these types of committees. And then there are some exemptions listed in our bylaws about the types of topics that a committee could would not be allowed to have authority over, even if the board tried to delegate that authority. There's just a list of things that's not allowable. So that's in our bylaws as well. Again, this is more just a reference. If we do decide to flip to any board committees, we will need to follow our bylaws. So this is just a quick comparison between board committees versus executive director committees. Facilitation, again, if it's a board committee, it's more typical to a normal board meeting, and we call facilitate parliamentary procedures. An executive director committee, the administrator facilitates attendance. For the board committees, we have to have the members who are on that committee present for the committee to meet. For executive director committees, of course, board member committee presence is preferred. So that's the intent, but it's not required. So this has been an operational challenge in the past, and we did have board committees. One of the 2 members couldn't attend. It had to be postponed or rescheduled. Whereas in executive director committees, if both board members are comfortable, at times we proceeded with just 1 board member present. Brown Act requirements for board committees, it's non-quorum. We still have to do all the things we do for regular board meetings, such as posting of the agenda, taking minutes and recordings, and having all school sites open for each of the committee meetings. And then if it's an executive director committee, the only thing that applies is a board piece. Resolution requirement, yes for a board committee, no for ED committee. And then in terms of all recommendations through a committee for proposed actions coming to the full board for consideration for discussion or approval, it's a yes in both cases, but as previously mentioned, there could be certain things delegated via resolution if it's a board committee. Any questions on that? You. All right. So this is a review of our current committee structure. They are all executive director committees. We have finance, we have governance, we have academics, and I included agenda preparation list because again, I don't know that we've normally referred to it as a technical committee. However, it's something that takes up our time. So I want it considered as we think about our capacity for representation on committees. And so you'll see, I listed just some of the board goals or focus areas we had for each of these committees. That we had set last year around this time. And then the participants who were on each committee. And of course, there was some evolution throughout the year, so. The vacancies are based on where we landed at the end of the last month or so. And then, frequency, I think mostly no finance, agenda prep, was monthly. I think governance and academics might variation. But anyway, this is where we left off. So again, going back to those original considerations I mentioned, so we need to figure out, do we want to maintain? Do we want to shift any of the topic areas? Do we want to continue to utilize these committees to advance our goals? And then we'll also then need to determine who's going to serve on which committee. So, in wanting to help us not have to start this discussion from scratch, Mrs. Burdett and I came together and put this proposal for all of us to discuss. This is just a start. It can fully change based on, you know, the interests of the board. But we just thought it'd be easier to start from a place of kind of considering what worked well, where there are opportunities for improvement based on our experiences over the last year. And then also thinking ahead in terms of what do we really need for this coming year, aligned to, if you think about the priorities we've considered for our executive director and wanting to ensure kind of there's alignment and not multiple to-do lists of different things in different areas. So what we have here, and I know it's a little bit or a lot of words to digest on the screen. We didn't have printouts of this one. Exactly. We didn't do printouts of this one. Right, we did not. It's okay. We all read it, okay? So for finance, it's pretty much the same in terms of obviously reviewing financial records, review and do budget forecasting. I'm proposing to do a fiscal policy handbook review and section update prioritization and initiation. This is something the committee's been wanting to tackle anyway. We did some minor revisions last year. I want to continue that work on our fiscal policies manual. This is where I folded in some resource development planning work. So the thought, you remember back on the common committees at charter schools, there was a development committee. We've had one in the past, but again, given capacity and our ability as board members to engage, it was a lot to maintain board committees and actually be five because we had agenda preparation. So I'm folding in as a proposal resource development work into finance. And then I put in their back office provider assessment and evaluation. So working with the central office team and sites to partner with and ensure we are optimizing our investment in a back office provider. And then each committee, you'll see this, I have draft committee functions and goals for the following year. So we're working on recommendations from the past year every year as we evolve. And then any other finance related topics as it's applicable. We had some very specific measurable goals we have set for the prior year. So I would think maybe we would want to continue on with those if again applicable. So then moving on to governance, I know this last year governance turned into a policy review shop, which we may decide we want to maintain that, but I think I'm sorry, I just realized we're backwards again. But we're okay, I'm gonna keep going. Okay. So we want to look at doing governance handbook review in alignment with bylaws and charters. So this is, we have a governance handbook that would be really useful if we could get it updated again to match our bylaws and charters. Do some annual policy review process, priority and schedule setting. And in the following presentation, we're gonna see more about that. So I think we could really shift the focus of this committee from having to review all the policies coming to the full board to actually thinking about the holistic process of review and setting those priorities, recommendations for the board every year. And then we have our board member recruitment and our onboarding process. It would be very helpful, I feel like, if we had the creation of memorialization of that process, so we're not starting from scratch every time. So I think this committee could do some good work there. And then also succession planning as we forecast out rotation of board members, ensuring we're looking at that as much as we can ahead of time and planning accordingly. And then an assessment of board professional development needs and solution planning. We haven't had a lot of emphasis on what do we need to be better board members, right? I think this committee could really maybe dive into looking at our needs and helping plan out a plan to help continue to elevate us in our roles and making sure we're doing the best that we can with our knowledge and our expertise. And then again, drafting committee and function goals for the following year and any other governance related topics that are applicable. Like there could be policies that do follow governance to review throughout the year, but it wouldn't be necessarily all policies go through governance. Then student success, but we've had an academic committee, which is kind of bounced around in terms of focus areas. I brought in to student success because a lot of times in that committee, we are concerned about specific achievement outcomes, but also it's a lot of times about the learning environment and the conditions we're wanting for students that impact their academic success. So I was thinking about broadening it to student success so it more explicitly gives space for that broader conversation. And then some of the ideas for focus areas would be academic performance, annual goal setting, and evaluation with an emphasis on our special population needs, a review of current stakeholder coordinated input channels and improvement planning. So looking at our LCAP, ELAT, all those different affinity groups that inform and how are we better coordinating across and receiving input and utilizing it strategically. I thought this committee could also look at our professional learning community's progress that we've just launched, track and help with some evaluation and planning as we think about that being a multi-year investment. And then again, drafting goals for the following year and any other related topics. And then we have our agenda preparation, pretty straightforward to review and agendas each month for board keys. So my voice is starting to fail again. Per usual, I'm gonna stop talking and allow discussion and questions. And again, by no means is this like me trying to say, absolutely, let's do this. It's just a place to start. So
you're recommending student success, the name of the committee. Like that we have kind of board direction on what these committees would look like. It'd be helpful in planning and these committees and how they're actually run. Sometimes we met just to meet. And I do really appreciate the thoughtfulness in the direction of student success. I think this greatly aligns again more to look for goals in our school initiative vision. These are great.
and again, we know in practice, we sort of set a roadmap for the year, but we can evolve. So even if we do decide on, yeah, this is generally what we want, the committee has the flexibility to adapt and, meet whatever the needs of the day safety. So yeah, we just need a place to start.
And the recommendation is they all stay ED committees. Well, this is.
Yes, that's the proposal, just in terms of
It facilitates attendance.
Yeah.
it's operationally easier to have them set.
Like different schedules and.
Work for the past. Well, especially when it comes to attendance requirements, because everyone is so busy. I'm trying to bring board members together and coordinate, and if committees be getting canceled, we'll lose the focus of the committees and the work. I agree.
And even, four committees with 5 board members, and we try to have 2 representing on each, is ideal. It's a lot for us, and especially if it's a committee that meets monthly on top of the board meeting, so again, I need to right size, between our needs, our wants, and our actual, availability. So I do know, finance needs to stay monthly, I mean, that's pretty much a given, right? And then obviously agenda preparation. I think the other 2, and that's why I put to be determined by committee. Maybe once the committee's formed, you get in there, digest, create a plan for sort of what the focus areas are, and then determine what's the appropriate meeting schedule. Yeah. And by the way, this is sort of like first read, right? So we don't have to have all your ideas and thoughts at this moment, because again, I know it's a lot. And I like time to process. So between now and our next board meeting, it would be getting Mrs. Burdette any additional thoughts or ideas. That she could then, update and adapt, and then as a board, we could review again at the next meeting and consider changes.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then, how would we make sure that once we have these more formalized schedules, that these committees are talking to each other in terms of the overall, goal. I guess that'll be in the board meetings, so we can brief and offer.
Because we can't all connect, right, outside of that, so. The ED or other staff assigned to the committees are sort of the through line for us, right? But then to make sure we're maintaining that we're not violating the Brown Act. In the past, what we've done is like a committee might present at a board meeting or just do in an executive director report, maybe a little update of what the committee did that last meeting. So yeah, the board meetings, to answer your question shortly, are the place where we bring it all together.
Got it, okay.
Thoughts from your perspective, having sat through a year of these, right?
Yes. So, I mean, I think it's pretty easy with finance, it has to be monthly, we're gonna do monthly updates to the board every month, so that's gonna be an automatic share out. And then I think that the cadence for governance and student success, we'll need to talk and see when are we going to be like looking for those measurable outcomes and how often do we want to report out, like what's reasonable, because we did find in the past, sometimes the committees, you didn't have any updated data, so it felt like we were meeting just to meet. Whereas sometimes you need a little time in between the meetings to actually bring back any results, scores, data, presentations, so I think that's a good kind of rotation once we get in to determine timing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I'd say also then between now and next month, be thinking about where you might want to land on which committee, and I think get your ideas. So I think this is for debt. Yeah, I just know I have to be an agenda prep, but other than that, like I'm open and willing to serve where others need pretty much is usually my concerns. So.
Those are the only just slated spots that have the time treasurer or president.
And I want to give a shout out to Cecily, who is our scheduling guru and constantly navigating our crazy schedules for committee work and beyond. And so big appreciation to her. It's a lot. So keep moving. Thanks for the input and listening, and excited for. I put 26, 27, 20, we are in 26, 27, right? I was almost about to jump the whole year. Our proposal. We'll get this locked up at our next meeting. I flipped our order from what's written on the agenda, so we're gonna back now. So I was off myself.
I don't think we talked about It's good.
It's all good, order is all right. So, we're going to now talk about governance calendar and policy cycle planning. I'll turn it over in this for that. Check.
So everyone should have a draft of board meeting planning calendar. It's just a draft and an example of something that has been used in the past. But we are proposing some modifications to it and a lot of input on it. So first of all, why use the board agenda planning calendar? A lot of it is making sure that we can plan ahead. We're balancing the agenda. It's not overloaded in a certain month. And we're also making sure that we are meeting compliance deadlines. So often we have to backwards plan based on what reports need to be board approved, presentations, resolutions, public hearings, and then making sure that we're giving the board the opportunity to engage with our discussions from a site level, central office level on up, and also give input on what future meetings structure will look like. So again, kind of looking at the 4 different lanes that we will be looking at for this planning calendar, we're going to look at compliance and required review. So at the central office level, we do have a compliance calendar that we're constantly updating and making sure that we're meeting our required deadlines. But a lot of those items, it's not just a reporting deadline or a submission deadline. It has to come forward to the board as a presentation or an actionable item, and we have to meet our board meeting deadline in order to meet submission deadline. So that's really important to look at as we plan for our board meeting agendas. Then also we have to look at what is the required board action. Sometimes items can be in a consent calendar, many cannot. They have to be on an action discussion agenda. And then are they approving, ratifying, or what kind of a formal decision does the board need to make? So we give them plenty of time. So you've seen some cadence where we do a first read to give them time to socialize and touch the document and give us input, and then we come back to a second read. And sometimes we don't have that timeline. Sometimes there's the hard fast deadlines that we will notify the board that they're going to need to look at the document, understand it, ask the questions, and take some sort of action in the same meeting. Also, we do a lot of informal learning, so we'll talk about some of the presentations and the information that the board would like us to bring forward at different meetings, when, how often. And then finally, board business. Just like this committee discussion, we have to plan ahead so that they have the opportunity for the whole board to have a discussion on items that they need to be prepared for, or not necessarily take action on, but make decisions on moving forward. So here's just some examples of compliance that you may or may not have kind of seen the flow. An example, we have to do LCAP updates by certain dates of the year. We have to do dashboard local indicator presentations, annual audit presentations, LCAP budget public hearings, board policy reviews and updates. And again, the why, some of it is accountability. It's a requirement by the CDE on when and how we do these presentations. A lot of it is for financial oversight. It's for transparency. Again, some of it is a required opportunity. When we do a public hearing, we are required on certain items to allow public input before the board takes action. And then also, again, the timing on certain board policies, we'll talk a little bit about this in a minute. We look at the cadence of board policies. We've done a massive board policy audit with our legal advisors. We've brought a lot of board policies forward to the board to either update, dissolve, add, and then some of those policies will stay in place unless there's a legal requirement to update. Some have to be reviewed annually, so we have to track that. Some require committee formation, some require public input on an annual basis. So there's a lot of monitoring of those board policies, not just to make sure we're in compliance with the policies, but we're doing our due diligence to make sure we're meeting all of the requirements on when and how often they have to be reviewed, revised, etc. So one of the things we are working on is a very clear policy tracking system. So now that we have all of these recently updated board policies, we are going back through them with a fine-tooth comb to identify when is the annual review due, and then we would put it on this board planning calendar. So we would start to know when certain policies need to be reviewed annually, and they would live on this calendar, so we would not miss that compliance deadline. It will also determine possibly which board committee or ED committee they would live with, so that not just one committee is touching all policies, because that can be very overwhelming. And some of the policies live in business operations governance versus an academic world. And then part of that policy tracking is also making sure as soon as we get any legal updates to any changes from the state, from federal requirements, that we are making sure we document those immediately on our board tracker and add them to the plan calendar. So if we have a deadline, for example, to have a board policy reviewed and updated by July 1, we are definitely meeting that requirement and meeting our posting requirements. So again, certain items do require formal board action. It could be fiscal, it could be the accountability, LCAP, school accountability report cards, safety and operations. We bring forward school safety plans, specific contracts, MOUs, and other agreements that we are bound to have board take action on or live in our fiscal policies. And then also governance and appointments, hiring, officer actions, and any other board decisions that have to be made in a public forum. So part of the note is to timeline is when we're looking at this board calendar is scheduling backwards to make sure, again, if decisions have to be made and there's a deadline and there is a potential for board discussion or an ask to bring an item back. We want to make sure we have enough time between the board meetings when we present to when we actually have to meet those compliance deadlines. So that takes some of that. So you'll see certain items may live in a board planning calendar months ahead of when the item is due in order to allow the time for the public and the board to engage those items. And then this is where we're going to open up some discussion for input is monthly information topics. So these are some of the topics we typically will present to the board. We recently did a special education overview. We will do enrollment updates, student achievement, our school culture, our chancellors do presentations, financials, obviously LCAP updates, facilities and operations, etc. And then any program spotlight. So we would want to look at the calendar and determine how often some of these presentations are made. Is it monthly? Is it every other month? Are there certain topics that the board would like to see presented at certain times of the year? And then what would you like to understand more deeply? Maybe there's a topic that comes up that we would place on a calendar because of the time of year that it might fall. And then again, just kind of a note to anyone new to this process, the difference between public board business and closed session. There's certain items that will live in public and certain items that will live in closed session. So just to understand, what is happening when the board goes into a closed session, it's agendized, but it's usually, certain confidential personnel matters, pending or anticipated litigation, labor negotiations, real property negotiations, and then other items that are specifically legally required to be in closed session. So anything else, when we're doing that, will be in our public open board session. So when we're talking goals and norms, committee structure, any kind of planning, and we need to have that in an open public forum, that's the open session. So again, I just want to make sure we have a clear cadence. We're working on it at our level, but if anything is coming from the board to the central office in order to get onto an agenda, we want to make sure we're identifying it. We understand where in the board agenda it will live. Is it consent? Is it action? Is it presentation only? How often are we doing it? Do we need to do a first and a second read? Is it a one-time presentation? Making sure we're reserving the appropriate space on that board agenda. Again, going back to the balance, we don't want certain board months of the year to be overloaded if we can spread out certain presentations. And again, then we do a lot of preparation and review and agenda prep so that we are prepared for board meetings and they run very smoothly. So this is, I want to open up just for some discussion. So if you take a look at the calendar and the flow, and again, this is a draft, this can be modified. We can add categories to better track our progress. But right now we track our meeting dates. We try to track monthly what recognitions we want to do publicly. So we have noted some of the ones that are traditionally fall in certain months of the year. Open to others. Obviously, some things come up. We're surprised by something great that's happened, and we plan a month ahead to make sure that we are recognizing that publicly with the board. There's certain presentations and public hearings that must happen at certain times of year, so we've calendared those out. We've looked back to about a year to 2 years past for action items or any compliance items that we see on a regular basis and where they should or might need to fall. And then the areas that we'd like to kind of open up in just a moment for discussion are recommended topics. So I kept board policies on every month until we really get our cadence of when they need to be there. They may not appear on a certain month. Something might appear once a month. And then also other items would be academic services, meaning any presentations regarding student success. This would be a great opportunity when student success committee would like to do a report out or an update. This could be school presentations. And obviously financial services would be presenting on a regular basis. So we're still adding in to make sure it's clean, but just wanting to check in with everyone. So for example, September, we didn't list financial services because we know we're doing unaudited actuals.
Yeah.
So there's other topics that anyone sees, that's where we would look. And then we just kind of were capturing the board business that we noticed in the past. And then we can determine where that lives or what other topics we would need to place on this, there. So at that time, I'd like to open up the floor if there's any questions or input, suggestions on how this calendar will flow and work.
I have a curiosity about chancellor's reports. I one be interested in their thoughts on, we've done it in a variety of formats over the years. And what was the plan for this year's format? Is it to have all three do together, or sometimes we've rotated each month? And I regardless of the format, I generally enjoy it. I think it's a moment to platform what's happening at the sites. I do know it creates additional work because you have to prepare a presentation and all that. But anyway, just interested in thoughts on what's the plan for this year or how we might adapt.
And I think that's where we're open to input.
Oh, so you don't.
One of our focuses that we would like to share, so this is really where the planning has started, and then again, whether you would prefer to see a rotation of individual schools or an overall theme, is really this year we're doing a big, again, focus on multiple intelligences. What are our core pillars of OPA, and make sure we are showcasing those very publicly on a regular basis so that that messaging and that OPA language is very clear. Both at the school sites, it's very intentional on what they're looking at and sharing with you, and also what the public is gathering. So from champion profile to our MIs, that was what the structure of the presentations would be, and highlighting our OPA traditions. The question for the board and for our chancellors, because they're the ones presenting, is does that look like a combined overarching presentation that showcases all of OPA in those categories at the same time? Would you like individual school reports open to input? Chancellors, how do you feel?
Look at me.
No, I think that's good with the focuses, because we narrowed it down to champion profile, multiple intelligences, so that would narrow our presentation down. Potentially like a third part could be one particular update from each of the three schools, because that's equally important that we want to provide. So we can highlight that one thing for the month. It's not maybe tied to those two focuses, but gives you that.
I think the pattern we kind of fell into last year where we were getting to the joint presentations, was definitely helpful to keep all three of us on the same page, and kind of by extension, our three schools on the same page. But I think the format we had also allowed some individuality. We can say, we could present to you exactly what it looked like from a unique middle school or SC perspective. And I would agree with the direct team that, we could keep in rotation the two primary areas of focus, but then also throw in, obviously we're doing 100 other things. We could throw in like another highlight that might be unique to that particular month. It'd be like,
Yeah, I kind of all that, each of us, it's nice when we all kind of do together to kind of showcase how we are similarly different. Use that quote earlier today, that we all do kind of the same things around each of our monthly themes, but like how we showcase it at our schools is a little bit different. So I think highlighting each of our schools and some of those things is always fun to show.
Question, I really like the format where you all have similar themes and but shared it, perspective collectively. The only thing I missed from a previous format was when you had a student as a co-presenter. So I'm wondering about doing what you're proposing and sticking with that. But maybe based on what site we're at, we could have a student also like on ESV or otherwise selected by you to share maybe 2 minutes of the happenings from that particular site as a way to incorporate that in that student.
It could be their perspective too of that focus.
Yes,
You know, because you have our perspective on it, but
yeah,
how do they incorporate those things? But yeah, this is pretty good with all that, yeah.
overly challenging to coordinate and pull in. Do you all like that?
Yeah.
I like that. Okay.
For the pledge, we learned that it doesn't necessarily have to be the pledge, you just have to be patriotic representation. Would it be possible again for the site we're at to have maybe, like, if it's a musical, I'm not focusing on that represented by the patriotic song, just some more opportunities for performances is to show us what the students are doing. You know, it's student focused.
So like, we've got a patriotic song of the month, so you're saying like, how
That'd be great, yeah.
and then board will sing.
Yeah. That's
Star Spangled Banner.
scarier.
Yeah, so like bring in a couple of kids, kind of sing that monthly.
Opportunities for the kids to perform and show us what they're learning and just. The pledge is. The pledge, but this could be more student focused.
Gives another opportunity for students to be highlighted and learning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the idea, when I originally asked for students to join us through the pledge, we really had limited student engagement at board meetings. So I was really focused on how do we start a meeting out being student centered? So it's just a mechanism. So to the point of we can adapt, the spirit of it is how do we stay student centered in all that we do? And I think kicking off a board meeting in some form, whether it's through a presentation, singing, leading the pledge, otherwise, I mean, that's the spirit of it. So
Have an honorary student board member. And then how, in big districts, high schools all have a board, not a student board member that sits every board meeting. And then they do a board report. I think that might be tough for our littles, but for that day, they could be the honorary student board member and give their update and have a little placard that they can sit out to be recognized. I want to ask. Any other suggestions for recognitions? I wanted some more info on that. If anyone can think of any, because it's really nice. We're doing our We See You Awards, which I think is going to be a wonderful way to recognize all the behind the scenes things that are happening on campuses, but just making sure that we're capturing any big items that we don't want to miss throughout the year and ensure that they fall. And one of the things we also talked about was timing. Sometimes certain times of year are a struggle to get when we're trying to recognize our volunteers, for example. And it falls in the time of month where there's soccer and baseball and all of the normal things that parents are running around to. We want to get people to the board meetings so that they actually have the opportunity to be recognized.
Well, I'm glad you said that because I think some of our parent volunteer organizations want to be busy in April and May, and maybe we can do that to like February.
You know, I'm a newbie here, but one of the things that I was really impressed with your champion profile was about the civic engagement. I talked about that when I interviewed with you, and I really feel like if there's a way that we can highlight those students that are doing some excellent things, because I know they're youngsters, but I know they do some outstanding. I'm not here, but I've seen it in my 30 years in education, and maybe highlighting that. It's away from the academic piece, but I think it's a part of what we're trying to be in OPA, what we're trying to represent with our vision and mission. It's not just the academics, it's also where you're contributing, how we're creating good citizens, and what are they giving back. So maybe if there's things that are happening in certain spaces in your school, kids that you know are involved in certain things, maybe that could be something we could also highlight.
Could we also potentially have an alum presentation where we have kids who have gone through work and show us where they are now and how they utilize what OPA has taught them and show them to get where they are? That's cool. There's plenty at this point that are in college, including staff members, kids, so that would be wonderful to see.
We're still built.
Sometime December is a good time for that, for like,
Yeah.
the break. Mhm.
This year we hired our first OPA alum as a
Oh.
teacher.
Oh, I
Oh,
love
yeah.
that. So. It's exciting.
That's a highlight. That could be our first one. And those would be great little bright spots from staff highlights to share when you do your chancellor presentations. Because that's exciting. Data open. The past, we had like an update after the summer for what facilities and stuff are, was that included in for the summer school? And no, just in general, like the state of the campus, like what projects right on this. How to be improved, like the fence at SOC, they're clean up there. It's the wonderful turf that the kids are learning on, yes, that's a great one. You kind of an opening, yeah, like, well, how we refreshed over the summer. You'll notice on the calendar, typically we do summer school in August, so we pushed it this year, just FYI, so that's where it will live, because the two people who needed to present for out of town on the day of the board meeting, so that made it a little challenging.
This charter original one.
Questions. That will be on the October 15th meeting. Start pre-planning for next year. We'll pick the date and do a target date for the middle school and SB charter petitions as well. Work to the board with that sometime. It's walking around. Then. What type of presentation would they get? That's a real good session. I don't have a great idea, but. I feel like it would help with giving their input and stuff. So would the ask be a presentation about the work that the different advisory committees are doing, or the actual advisory committee members, someone would come and present? I feel like both would be appropriate, but maybe the average person doesn't want to do it from the board, so if the chancellors or whoever runs it is there, be their code for the center.
As, I plus ones, using any opportunity we can to make sure that everyone feels valued and is heard. Just making sure we have a clear purpose. And I do think we do hear input from those groups through the chancellors and other formats. So I don't want to feel like we haven't just because they haven't been presenting directly. Right. But I think, yeah, it helps to, further elevate the work that they're doing to have them give a presentation Like, I'd be totally open to it as well.
School site council, they always review the LCAPs and it's safety, so that they're. Things that should go on our campus. I meet with the chancellors, and their committee. With Japanese in the last year.
It would be interesting, I mean, and tell me if this is over the top, but I'm just a visual person, like. To see graphically sort of an asset map. And this is sort of what I was talking about for the governance committee to look at all of the input channels. An asset map of the different groups and structures that we have and that information flow. To one, ensure that there is the appropriate flow, right, of where things should go and. But also just to assess like how are various assets working either in a silo or really collaboratively. So we think about the holistic structure. Sorry, the to-do list had.
But that's helpful when we're asking for people to participate in these different committees and structures. It's good for them to kind of see what the expectations are and what they're actually contributing overall to the.
Well, then it could also then inform to like, what do we need to know more about, or we're not getting enough of through like this format or others, right? It will support that decision.
Anything on the fiscal side that we missed or?
I did see a couple things, but I'll call out just for September 10th. So we've got two things due, from 15th to September 30th. So EPA actuals, they're due September 15th, right? And we'll probably do it on a September 10th meeting, right? And then your Prop 28, you have annual report and certification in June. We just did the certification in June. Annual report is actually now, it's due date 9/30, right? And so likely I will need to go on that September 10th meeting as well.
We actually did those early, which is why we'll need to get them to the right spot. So I think on our compliance calendar, we had them when they were actually due and then back them up. So we actually checked those boxes. Excellent. Annual report and the plan has been submitted.
Oh, perfect, excellent.
They're just ahead of the game.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yes, excellent.
And that's where we can adjust. I think this year we were trying to make sure we did everything and we realized we did a few things a little early, which is fine. Again, it was there, they were complete. But that's where backwards planning, we want to make sure we put them on the right month. So that if the board has any questions or we need to make any revisions, we have time to.
And because the board is already engaged, the annual plan, like the CDE requirement is way more simple than what you all have, so that's really great, so we can spread that off. And then, I didn't do a compliance calendar, we kind of like make sure, because like sometimes, unfortunately, like, well, I tell the board, just so you know the world that they exist in, there's a report called C90. And it's like, do you have a union? Yes or no, right? If you all had any collective bargaining happening at the school, then you will need to come in front of the board and do a board action for you to like certify the report is true and accurate and you identify the right people. That's a new one, right? So that's where like I love this calendar. And to look back and like, when do we need to get this in? Because that was due, I think 9/30 as well, right? So then I will be adding C90 if that is applicable.
Got a presentation on the LCAP, because it's news, we're starting over this year, right? Last year was year 3.
So we should be in a new cycle. We haven't gotten a new template yet. But we do, in February, we do the LCAP mid-year review because we'll have that mid-year cycle. And then June 11th is always the annual update, presentation and public hearing for the next year's LCAP. And then the second June board meeting is for all of the budget approval and LCAP.
To put to your point, right, because it's a new cycle, you probably want a preemptive meeting before like the LCAP update on June 11th, because remember that update also talks about what happened the last year. Maybe your report will be a post check, but there will be an end of year report, right? And then to establish the new LCAP goals and actions, we might use the same ones, I don't know, right? There might be maybe a discussion March. I think that's the budget items that you're starting to talk about, okay, goals and actions.
So maybe after we do our first couple, we'll calendar out with Nicole, the LCAP engagement meetings, and then figure out, once we get input from those committees, where we could start to present some of the planning or routines. Yeah, well, those will have to be in place to draft 27, 28. Sounds bizarre. So far ahead. I like that idea though, thank you.
I have a curiosity, so I'm used to typically there being an annual state of an organization. If I see it, they have one at the beginning of the year and then mid-year, which I'm not opposed to. I'm just curious, if a mid-year would just be a mid-year check-in on the state, or is there something more specific, or?
That was gonna be an ask for input on that, since it was sitting in agendas last year. I don't know if that happened, so it would be, where would you like that to happen? Some districts do it once school gets started, so we can engage the community in kind of the state of OPA. Kind of do it in the middle of the year, it's like, this is where we're at, this is where we're going, we can vote.
Well, I feel like to not drive ourselves mad, I would be comfortable reducing it to one annual state of OPA, but. Or. Think what's the best time for us. In terms of the information we have that we want to share, I have already have a thought around where you prefer it handed. Which.
Not yet. Oh, still trying to figure out, I think we've just, this is why this discussion is so important. And again, goes back to the balance. When is the appropriate time? When will that information be able to be captured? What do we want to engage in? What information do you want to hear? So we can outline that and then place it in the appropriate slide. Yeah, I mean, for this year, it might be good for October once, because we have a lot of new staff, a lot of new leadership. Kind of getting that October settled, doing the charter renewal would be a lot to share. So it's like, we can backwards plan and make sure that we have it hit at the right next year. We're already behind.
I think December, you're looking at your calendar right now, like, because by December, you would have had your CA dashboard, your open enrollment, as they would have had the chancellor's report, you would have had a lot of the actuals, lots of stuff, and then December, you're also going with your first intro, right? So it might be a good opportunity to start the state of the state.
To moving out the beginning, kind of an opening and a middle would be a wrap would be really good to kind of tie everything together.
This was a choice, so I just want to bring it up as an option, especially for our new board member. We used to also, every meeting there'd be a report from CAO and from CO. So it's similar to what you were saying, we used to hear a little bit more about facilities, routine things happening. But then we realized too, it's again, there's a balance. Not every month is there something major to present on. So we scaled back and did it as is. But then I do think in an effort to scale back and then also not meetings that went for hours and hours and hours, we did maybe lose some of those public presentations of, interesting things that we would want to showcase. So just throwing on a table that was a cycle of having routine updates from both those areas of the organization. But we can also continue what we're doing and do ad hoc. And then have them also just share out what they've been doing through executive director report picture things. So just something to think about.
I think this year particularly, there will be a lot more CAO updates with our PLC improvement plan and where we're going since it's year one, and we want to make sure we're frequently updating the progress and celebrating of the work that's going in from our leadership team and our staff and our new coaches, because it's definitely a lot of learning going on right now.
I'm to leave it as. Do it as needed.
And we'll just document, so we'll capture if there's anything that's not on here for planning purposes to get on the agenda. If we add something, we'll make a note of it for this year, and then we can look back next year and see if that's something we want to continue to do, or if it's gonna be fluid when topics come up. So we can make little notes of that.
What's an example of something that would be included in that? Or,
So, for example, like the CAO might have shared out things like about instructional related grants that they applied for or received, or implementation of certain new strategies.
PD schedule.
Yeah, the PD schedule. Operationally, we get updates about like changes in facilities or updates that occurred or maintenance that was interesting. Or budget things, more specifically that, didn't come through a budget presentation.
yeah, cause there's definitely things in the pipeline right now, right, so. I don't take. Would be helpful, but yeah, depending on what it looks like.
And maybe can you go back to that slide where you kind of had a list of categories? So maybe this is the guide around. For both of those areas, thinking if there's anything of interest that would be worthy of a presentation to us. Like this might be a good sign.
Yeah. And even if it's not a presentation, it could just be materials, something to take a look at.
And that might be something, when things are coming up, I'll update the board, and then if you'd like a public presentation on something versus it's not quite ready yet, but we're just informing you, then that would be great time to have that asked, so we're prepared if there's something that you'd like presented publicly. And sometimes we're updating you on something and it's just kind of our natural flow, and you're like, oh, that would be great to see more. So that would be the time to kind of capture that.
And also, yeah, and things, right, that proper balance, because. What would happen often is like the CAO would give an update on all the cool, like instructional related things that happen, but then the chancellor in their update would show us the same pictures and give the same update. So again, too, it's the balance and not being overly redundant, but capturing the most important things.
And I think that was a little bit of a shift last year, is because we want to highlight the schools, but it should be coming from the people that have their boots on the ground and highlighting their staff. And then from the executive cabinet level, bigger picture for the whole organization. So I kind of like that balance too. Input, anything from student services aspect? I know you did an amazing job presenting for our kind of an overview of our special education program. Anything else that might live in your world? I know we do a safety plan. It's just an overview. We don't have a public document.
No, it's good.
Sorry, I just had a thought looking at Mr. Leon. And you saying safety plan. I know in higher ed, often when I was at a college site, we had a facilities plan. Multi-year, and often it'd be attached to a bond, right? But it'd be interesting to also annually see up front kind of maybe a facilities focus. I kind of put that. And then it would also go back to the update around, okay, what did we get done and all the things we accomplished.
I like having a facilities update. I think that's gonna be good, especially with some of the things that, bonds are gonna be working on this next year. So and there's gonna be some stuff that we're gonna be bringing to you guys for just input as far as some of the improvements to the campus, especially if its own kind of thing, but that is one of my primary objectives, is to get the deferred maintenance plans from each of the sites that have been done previously, get them updated. Then there's also going to be capital improvements that are going to be kind of running in parallel to that deferred maintenance plan. So I think that's going to be something exciting to take a look at with the board and get input, and then be able to get some of those projects completed and then come back to the board and showcase them.
Especially, I think it's helpful for us, we're asked to approve, budget items, that it's, and I know we do this, but just more explicit about it is part of a specific plan, right? And you're already forecasted, like, this is what we're gonna need, and this is a holistic thing, but this is the piece of it then later down the road that we can tie back to the plan that we saw.
Exactly, yeah. And that's where it's gonna, the budget and that plan are gonna be married, and how we were talking about setting up funds. I mean, we're so used to working in the funds system where it's like, I have fund 40, a capital improvement office, fund 14, my deferred maintenance. So again, as we set up these budgets, the hope is that we would be parking money, so to say, in each of those funds. And then it would tie back to that plan, and you'd be able to see, okay, yeah, we have this much set aside for it, we were able to complete it in this fiscal year. And it's fine.
Awesome. And then also bringing in that thought around. Where do we have resources, where would we love to get more resources for certain things? And then how are we partnering well with our honor societies, right? To have them be a part of us achieving those plans. So I think it's helpful in a lot of ways.
Absolutely not.
From the sites, any input on anything you'd want to make sure gets shared, or we're good with the chancellor reports?
So one of these items, staffing, retention, professional learning. Do we have a presentation on the report on like staffing plans, retention, or is that part of one of the existing reports that we have on the?
Once there's been an explicit presentation in the past.
And just a question, like, I'm saying we should, but
So one of our big goals is to hire and retain the best teachers and the best staff possible, so I think that that's an important item to review and look at. Ensure that we're meeting that goal.
trends, the present trends. Yeah, I think especially we're in the process of identifying that next director of HR, and so I think in 1 year, that's gonna be a great time to come back and do a presentation to the board. Because I think we're getting some metrics right now, I think me and Nora have been kind of looking at where we're at with turnover and, what is our,
This year's the baseline year.
exact. And then, yeah, 1 year from now, we can really see how we're trending, and what programs we've implemented over the year that are meant to improve those metrics. So I think, yeah, absolutely, at least an annual report on that, I think would be super helpful. And if we think about what we want to report out, then we can work backwards and make sure that the underlying data can what we want implemented is there.
I think that's one of the challenges, we're just trying to identify all of the data.
Yes.
Clean up systems and processes and data retention, so we can actually analyze those trends. It's been a great piece of work that Nora and John are working on right now. Nora's doing a really good job because it's very informative. It's just, it's missing some pieces. So I think, yes, this year will be a great baseline. We'll know how to track the data, and then moving forward, it'll be very, very easy to share out, to monitor.
Yep. Can I throw this out here? So in the chancellor report, we talked about adding a student perspective, but we missed one perspective. And that's a staff, professor perspective. So could we, on one of the months or 2 of the months, have it presented from the staff perspective?
I like it.
A good chance for them to have a voice too.
Yeah.
PC, speakers.
Yeah, let's get them a job.
I think this goes about saying, I would say the more we welcome visitors, the more I would hope that we're also setting them up to be successful in presenting at a public meeting and coaching, whether it's our students or staff, site council, right? Because it can be intimidating, and we want everyone to feel welcome and set up for success. So
You can work on a template, the script, lots of practice.
yeah. Can I just say generally, I love this, very much appreciate seeing the year at a glance and feeling like we're able to not only ensure compliance with the things we need to do at certain board meetings, but just the ability to be thoughtful and more proactive versus being in a reactive state every month. So thanks for all the work that went into building this out and the input that's come through today. And I know it'll be a living, breathing thing that continues to evolve, but I'm excited to test it out over the next year and then have it as a tool. Okay, you ready to wrap this topic up? Just. And we're next going to recess lunch. And the plan is to have around 20 minutes of independent time where we can do their things, what they need to do, get some food, go about with it. And then we'll have 20 to 25 minutes, where we'll just, a little time to connect. And so with that, we will recess to lunch at 11:58 at 1 o'clock.
Maggie, are you able to hear me on your side?
Can you hear us, Jerry?
I can hear you just fine.
Give us 1 second, and we're gonna be right with you.
Perfect.
Our meeting at 1:05 p.m. And we will move to item E, our Brown Act training. We're very pleased to welcome Mr. Gary Simmons of Young, Mini, and Core to give us our required annual Brown Act training, and I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Are you now able to see the presentation, Amy?
Just about, I think, 1 moment.
Can you remove the pen?
Is that good now?
Not quite.
What is it? These pins are still showing?
Yeah.
Let me see here. Um,
There.
Not sure how to get rid of those.
Okay, yeah, just do that. See, we just.
Just a second. We're working on it too on our end.
Okay, cool.
Here we go.
There we go. Perfect. Well, I know you're on a schedule today, so I'm gonna just launch right in here to the presentation on the Brown Act. Please feel free to interrupt me as I go if board members have any questions. This is just a tiny little bit about our firm. We view education as a civil right, and we champion outstanding choices in education for all students. We're huge believers in the fact that the system doesn't work for everyone exactly the same way because every student is different, and that people need choices to make sure they're getting the education they deserve. That's just me there. So we're gonna actually do this roadmap today, which will give you a sense of kind of where we're headed. And we're going to start with what is a meeting. And it's basically any time that a majority of the members of the board meet to hear, discuss, deliberate, or take action on any item of charter school business. So note that it's not just when you're voting that the Brown Act applies. It can also just be when you're hearing a presentation like this one. The idea behind that is that we want to make sure that members of the public have the right to hear what you are hearing in presentations, because those presentations may later lead to actions that you take up and take. The Brown Act generally applies to committees, and that's true whether they're permanent or temporary, decision-making or advisory, and regardless of how they're created. Standing committees are always covered by the Brown Act, and those are committees that have some continuing subject matter jurisdiction. The really narrow exception here to when committees don't have to follow all of the posting and other Brown Act laws is here on the right-hand side of the screen here on this slide. If it's advisory only, if it's composed solely of members of the board, no employees, no parents are members of the committee. If it's less than a quorum, meaning less than a majority of the board, and it's not a standing committee, that's the only time when a committee will not need to post an agenda, and otherwise follow the Brown Act's requirements. Serial meetings are prohibited, and that's because this is basically exactly the opposite of what we are hoping is going on. Serial meetings are anytime a majority of members of the board outside of a noticed and agendized meeting use a series of communications of any kind. That can be text messages, emails, phone calls, to discuss, deliberate, or take action on any item of charter school business that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board, meaning that it relates in some way to the charter school. There is a limit on what employees can share with you, because while they can answer all of the questions that you have as members of the board, and you are absolutely encouraged to ask questions between board meetings, the only thing they cannot share is the comment or position of other members of the board of directors on that same issue. So for example, if two members of the board had questions and called in about a budget item that might be on the agenda, staff can answer all of the questions that both board members have. They just can't say, hey, yesterday I talked to the board chair. I know she shares your thoughts about this, or I know she shares your opinion about this. That sort of revelation about where other board members stand is prohibited in terms of staff communications to the board. For meeting locations of the board of directors, there's lots of different configurations of types of entities governing charter schools. Some govern only one, some govern multiple. Some have all their locations in one county, like you do, and some have locations across multiple counties. So the legislature has sort of come up with a set of rules here. And you are obviously in block 3. You're governing an entity managing one or more charter schools located within the same county. And so therefore, you're required to meet within the boundaries of Orange County and then to establish two-way teleconference locations at each of your school sites and resource centers. So we continue to see changes in the Brown Act relating to remote participation in meetings by board members. Once COVID started, we moved temporarily to fully virtual meetings. And since then, the legislature has tweaked this language basically every single year. And so it has made it so confusing because they keep changing the rules just slightly. And so with every year, there is this complexity of needing to go through and explain again what changes are this year's changes, and this year is no exception. We do have some that became effective for 2026. So there's basically two ways that board members can participate in a meeting, not in person. And this is the first way, and it's been in the Brown Act for years and years and years. And it has these 6 requirements, okay? All votes have to be taken by roll call, meaning that the name of each board member is called one by one, and we wait to hear whether that member votes yes, no, or abstains. The agenda has to be posted at all of the teleconference locations. So if you're going to call in from your home, it has to be posted there. If you're calling in from your office, it has to be posted there. Pro tip, if you are someone who values your privacy, or you are in a workplace where members of the public can't just file in to attend a meeting from your workplace, then you probably don't want to be calling in from your workplace or your home, okay? Each of those locations has to be identified on the agenda of the meeting. And so, of course, once you participate from home, everyone's going to have your home address from that point forward, just by simply going and referring to the agenda. Now, each of the teleconference locations has to be accessible to the public. And so the combination of this with the fact that the agenda has to be posted and list the address where you're participating from, that's why you can't participate in a meeting from your car as you're driving down the freeway, because the issue with that is members of the public can't join you and participate in the meeting from that location. Now, members of the public do have that right to address the board directly at each teleconference location, and a majority of you have to participate from within the school's jurisdiction. In your case, that's Orange County. Now, there's a second path to allow you to participate in meetings. We talked about path one. This is path two, and path two is more complex than path one. I think path one is really straightforward and is the way you should go if at all possible. But if there is an issue with identifying the teleconferencing location on the agenda or allowing public access to the teleconferencing location, and you can meet the other requirements on the next few slides to participate in the meeting for what we call just cause, then you're going to be in a situation where you can use this path too. Now, it's only allowable if a majority participate in person from a single physical location that's clearly identified on the agenda, open to the public, and located in Orange County. The member also has to participate via both audio and visual technology. A telephone call just won't do it here. A telephone call would be fine under path one, but is not okay here in path two. As you might imagine, just cause is defined in law, and there were some changes here this year. The legislature consolidated things that used to be in two separate categories, just cause and emergencies. And then they added an item here to this list. So just cause is going to be triggered if you have a child care or caregiving need of these immediate family members listed here. If you have some sort of contagious illness that prevents a member from attending in person. By the way, that doesn't have to be COVID, although that's the thing maybe top of mind just because of recent events. It could just be some other type of contagious illness. There might also be a need related to a physical or mental disability that's not otherwise accommodated. You might have travel while on official business of OPA. And that would typically be maybe to the State Charter Schools Conference or the Charter Schools Development Centers Conference. Those are two conferences that board members often attend. Or you're on official business of some other state or local government agency. And that most commonly would occur if you're an employee of the state or some local agency and you're traveling on official business for them. Another category is you've got an immunocompromised immediate family member that requires you to participate remotely so that you don't end up in a situation where you endanger them. A physical or medical, family medical emergency. And this last one is the new one that got added, military service obligations that result in being unable to attend in person while you're under official written orders. Now there's a cap on the number of times that board members can utilize this just cause provision. And you'll see the caps are here and they vary depending on how many of meetings the OPA board has per month and per year. Other requirements to utilize Path 2 include that the board member has to notify the board at the earliest opportunity possible, all the way up until the start of a regular meeting, of their need to participate remotely for just cause. And you have to provide a general description of the circumstances so that we can determine that, yes, those circumstances do meet one of the things that's on the list that we went over a couple of moments ago. The meeting minutes also now need to identify the members who participated in the meeting remotely, the legal provision under which they're participating remotely, and the just cause reason for their participation. So this is also new. So just be aware that your meeting minutes are now going to need to reflect that information if a member utilizes this just cause pathway. Now, a two-way audio-visual platform is required so that members of the public can remotely hear and visually observe the meeting. Okay. And so most commonly, our other clients are utilizing Zoom for this purpose. So if you're going to ever allow a board member to participate using Just Cause, you've got to have this two-way audio visual platform essentially set up in advance, right? You've got to meet virtual meeting requirements where the agenda is providing notice for how the public can participate. Comments cannot be required in advance from members of the public. They have the right to make comments during the meeting itself. And technical disruptions have to be fixed before the board can take action on any item. So if there's a disruption to the meeting broadcast, the board can't take action until that broadcast is restored. And then finally, the member using Just Cause has to publicly disclose before action taken if any individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room at that remote location and the general nature of that member's relationship with any such individuals. I've always thought this was really strange because, if you're in the hospital, why do we need to know the name of your dad's nurse? I don't know. I don't know why the legislature thought that was important. It's a really strange provision in my mind, but it's part of the law. So you will need to make disclosures like that if you have someone in the room with you. Now, this year, there's some new special rules for accommodating board members with disabilities, and this is a really welcome change, and I think long overdue. A board member with a disability that precludes their attendance in person may be allowed to participate in the meeting remotely, and that disability-related remote participation counts toward physical quorum as though the accommodated member were participating in person at the physical meeting location. So in other words, that person helps you toward achieving quorum in a way that they did not used to. So that's a really welcome change. Now that disability-related remote participation has to be via audio and visual technology unless their physical condition necessitates off-camera participation. And in this case, the same sort of situation that if someone is 18 years of age or older and they're present in the room where that remote location is, then that member who's participating due to a disability accommodation has to disclose, who that person is and the member's relationship with them. Now, virtual meetings, we get this question all the time. Jerry, can we just go back to virtual meetings? We loved that. It was so convenient for us during COVID. And the answer is no, unless there's a declared state of emergency where, meeting in person would present imminent health risks. And the board has made a determination after that state or local emergency is declared that that is the case and that it directly impacts the ability of the members to meet safely in person. Now, local emergency has been defined by the legislature as a condition of extreme peril, proclaimed by the governing body of the local agency affected in accordance with the California Emergency Services Act. The significance of this is that charter schools are not really in a position to declare local emergencies under the California Emergency Services Act. So we think what this really probably means for charter schools is that we have to wait for the city or the county to declare that local state of emergency, and then we can utilize that provision if it's a local emergency. Now, your agendas have to be posted properly in advance and have to include a brief description of items to be transacted or discussed. And with very few exceptions, if an item's not on the agenda, the board simply cannot discuss it. Here are the agenda posting timelines. Now, emergency meetings are exceptionally rare. I've only had one in 25 years that I've been working with California charter schools. And that's because they're only permitted if there's work stoppage or a crippling natural disaster. Now, we've had some natural disasters like wildfires that have impacted some of our clients. In fact, we've lost whole schools in California wildfires where they've been burned to the ground. However, when you're in the midst of a crippling natural disaster like that, obviously it's impossible to convene the board because the board members are trying to get themselves and their family to safety. And so really it's up to the administration to make sure that all of the emergency protocols are followed, that all the students and employees are safely evacuated in such a circumstance, right? We're not going to call an emergency board meeting to find out that you think we should evacuate the school site. If the fire's coming over the hill, we're evacuating. Um, so, um, so what that leaves us with then is special meetings and regular meetings. A special meeting is 24 hours in advance. A special meeting is any time that is not your regularly scheduled meeting. Okay, so that comes up when you adopt your regular meeting schedule for the year. If it's not that date and time, then it's a special meeting. Now you're required to post it physically. You're also required to post it on your website through a prominent direct link on the front page. We've talked about the content of agendas. Now, if you're going to have a closed session on the agenda, you should use the safe harbor language. And the board chair or the executive director will provide verbal notice in advance of you entering closed session, the purpose of the closed session. And that's as simple as just reading aloud the language that's on the agenda. Hey, we're going into closed session now to talk about anticipated litigation or to talk about real estate negotiations, whatever the purpose of that particular closed session might be. After the closed session, you're going to make a public report of every action taken in closed session, as well as the roll call vote or abstention of every member. Executive compensation, I throw this in here because it's one of the things that the legislature put in the Brown Act as a means of trying to ensure that there's public transparency about executive compensation. This happened because a city down near LA adopted a whole series of employment agreements where they were paying people just grossly in excess of what they should have been paid. And the legislature thought, hey, if we can force every local government agency to approve all these contracts at regular meetings rather than special meetings, then they'll sort of be, those public officials will be, for lack of a better word, sort of shamed, I guess, out of approving excessive compensation contracts. Now, this really hasn't been an issue in the charter school space so much because charter schools are almost entirely operated by nonprofits. There's a handful that aren't, but most are nonprofits. And therefore, we're required to go through compensation studies to determine executive compensation. So you just wouldn't really see if you're going through a compensation study process, somebody being compensated way out of whack. It just isn't so much a thing in our industry for that reason. So your votes are required to be publicly reported during the meeting and in the minutes, and your board minutes should include all material motions and votes, including motions that fail. Now, the public has these 6 rights when they attend your meetings. They can provide you public testimony subject to reasonable time limits that you set. They can tape or broadcast meetings. You may have no conditions of attendance, meaning that you can't require them to be residents of the school district or parents at the school or anything like that. You've got to have non-discriminatory facilities, which is easy enough when someone is attending the school site. Where this comes up for charter schools, I find, is when people try to participate from home and maybe they have stairs at the front of their home and no ramp such that someone in a wheelchair could wheel into the house, that's going to be a problem because that will be a discriminatory facility to someone with a special need situation. Members of the public have the right to copies of agendas and other public writings. These are things distributed by staff to you, things distributed by members of the public to you. And if somebody comes to you and talks to you in a language other than English, they're entitled to twice the time because you're going to provide, obviously, time for the interpreter to translate. Now, during COVID, there were some issues with regard to individuals disrupting local government agency meetings. And so the legislature revised the Brown Act to allow the board chair or designee to either remove or cause the removal of someone who is disrupting the meeting. So if this is not just somebody who's saying things like, I don't like Mr. So-and-so, he's a jerk. It's not statements like that. I'm talking about the kind of thing where someone is screaming at the board or something at such a volume that the board just literally can't transact business or can't hear other people who have been recognized to speak. It's that sort of situation. Okay. Or it's a situation where that individual is engaging in behavior that constitutes a use of force or true threat of force. And so that might be something like they take a weapon out and place it on, the table in front of them as they're speaking to you or something like that. Obviously, that would be in any reasonable person's mind, a threat of force. So before removing an individual, you have to warn them that they're disrupting the meeting and that their failure to cease may result in their removal. And the law allows then to remove the individual if they don't promptly cease. However, I don't actually recommend you do that. What I would recommend is that you call a recess in the meeting, see if cooler heads will prevail, and then resume the meeting. And what I find 95% of the time that works. If you're in the 5% where it doesn't work and they start screaming at the board again, preventing you from doing business, then at that point, I'd recess the meeting again and call the police. And the reason I would do that is because I wouldn't want any OPA staff member or board member in a situation where you are personally removing someone from the meeting. Because then they may argue that, hey, my wrist got broken, my ankle got sprained, whatever. And now you, as a member of the board or a member of staff, are being sued by this person who was out of control at the meeting. Better to allow the police to remove and put them in the situation of being on the receiving end of that lawsuit. Now, of course, because there's creative individuals in the world, there are, people who then began disrupting, teleconference meetings by doing crazy things on the videos. And so, I think I read about one case where, people were organized to try to moon the board, things like this. So if somebody is disrupting to that degree a teleconference meeting, then the chair can also remove them from the virtual meeting as well. Just want to remind you that there's confidentiality requirement related to everything you talk about in closed session. It cannot be shared outside of that closed session without authorization of the board. Here are the 6 reasons you might be in closed session. Personnel, which encompasses a lot of different subtopics, appointment of employees, evaluation of employees, dismissal of employees. Real estate negotiations. This is if you're going to be negotiating with the school district or some other party over real estate. You've got labor negotiations, and this can be either for unionized or non-unionized employees. The public security exception allows you to meet in closed session with law enforcement agencies or your legal counsel to talk about threats that have been made against public facilities that you control. You might have a conference with legal counsel if there is either anticipated or actual filed litigation. Either of those could be reasons you're talking to legal counsel. And then finally, if it is the board's role to expel students or to hear appeals of those kinds of decisions, then those are also addressed in closed session. So what happens if the Brown Act is violated? Well, someone can ultimately, after they serve you notice and ask that you cure it, if you don't cure, then they can go to court and ask a judge to declare your action null and void. They can obtain a injunctive relief to prevent you from making the same mistake in the future. And the prevailing plaintiff is awarded attorney's fees. Also, there could be criminal penalties if one or more board members are intentionally, and I want to underscore intentionally, depriving the public of information to which the member knows or has reason to know the public is entitled. So this isn't just a mistake situation. This is where you are intentionally trying to prevent the public from having information. All right, and then potential charter revocation comes up because any violation of law could potentially support revocation of the school's charter. I've only had one school closed in 25 years of working with charter schools for Brown Act reasons alone. More typically, what you see is situations where Brown Act violations are just one of many things that have come up that has given the district concerns and led to the revocation. So with that, I am done with the Brown Act piece. I did throw in just, I think, 3 maybe bonus slides for you that relate to the recent budget trailer bill that the legislature just approved. And I included these because there are some things specific to boards that I think are good for you to know about. And so I'm just going to kind of hop into these and then again, happy to take questions at the end. So there have been a number of fraud and alleged fraud cases involving charter schools over the last decade. And finally, it sort of reached a boiling point where the legislature decided to come together and do something about this. And so what they've done is they've expanded the audit guide requirements to try to better catch bad actors much earlier. They are providing better training and accountability for charter school auditors. That better training is going to relate to specific issues that have come up in school audits of bad actors. And then in terms of the accountability piece of it, if the auditors aren't doing their jobs, now there's going to be a process under which they can be referred to the licensing agency and could potentially lose their license or at least their ability to perform school audits in the state of California. They also have asked auditors to look at some issues that have had a historically high fraud risk in greater depth by doing additional sampling, looking specifically at certain kinds of transactions. So for example, credit card and debit card transactions will now be expressly and specifically reviewed by auditors of every charter school in California, in addition to those same transactions being reviewed by authorizers now as a new rule. And that's because credit card and debit card transactions have been sort of like the gateway drugs for fraudsters in the charter industry. And so by going after those particular transactions, the hope is people are caught early when maybe somebody has just fraudulently charged $40 onto the card and not, 6 years later when there might be significantly more money at issue. Teacher credentialing misassignments is another issue here. It's not really in the fraud category, but it got addressed in the budget trailer bill. I want to flag this for you in particular because now the authorizing school districts and county offices of education are now required specifically to look at for credential misassignments and to provide you direction to cure those. Now, if you don't cure those credential misassignments, the problem is that there will be significant financial penalties, significant financial penalties. So for you as board members, obviously one of your major roles is just making sure that the institution is financially sound. So this is a significant new potential risk of how revenue might not, in fact, materialize as expected. It could happen if there are teacher credentialing misassignments. So this is something you should be asking your team, not necessarily today, but at some future meeting, hey, what's our plan? Do we have any issues in this area? What's our plan to fix those issues if we do have them? Um, there's also going to be an expanded role for charter school boards under this law, and this is kind of what I was referencing in the intro to this section, that charter school boards will now be receiving communications from authorizers, and you'll be receiving these communications directly, not through your staff. And the expectation is that because you're the board of the charter school, if they have communicated with you, they are expecting you to act and to respond. And you have opportunities to respond and deadlines to respond. Okay. And so this is really your oversight function over the charter school and its staff, just making sure that you're informed of issues the authorizer is aware of and that you are acting accordingly. Forever and ever, the audit deadline for charter schools and other local education agencies was in December, but it has now been extended now to January 31st. We hope this is going to help fix the issue that in a number of cases, charter school auditors have just been late because they haven't had enough staff to get the audits all done by December. So hopefully this extended period of time will make fewer charter schools late in the submission of their audits. There were a couple of other really significant changes included in the budget trailer bill that apply to charter schools. One is a whole series of changes pertaining to independent study and how that is done, what work samples are required to be maintained, things like that. And there are pregnancy disability leave changes that become effective here very shortly in just a few months. So want to make sure that you're aware of all of those, sort of big picture things. We did, just so all of you know, a 2-hour training on the budget trailer bill provisions. So you can still access that via webinar on our website if you want to. But it walks through all of these changes in much, much greater depth. Obviously, I'm not going to spend 2 hours today with you. That wasn't the goal, but I just wanted you to have at least some big picture, pieces in terms of what topic areas have had significant changes that would be applicable to you. I also want to make sure that I cover this change in law that is upcoming on July 1, 2027. You're going to be required to have a board policy that contains 13 required provisions that govern the expenditure of public funds on contracts, as well as the vetting of contractors. So this is not effective right now, just yet. It's in the law now, but it doesn't become effective till July 1 of next year. So you have some time, to get this put together. But ultimately, there is going to be a number of changes that you're going to probably need to be making to your fiscal policies to align with these requirements. Among them is that all of your contracts have to meet a reasonable market value test. So while there's not the sort of formal traditional bidding like school districts, you've still got to find a way that you, the board, are ensured that, the contract reflects a reasonable market value. So you can't be paying 10 million more for something than other vendors in the community would charge. It's got to somehow, align with reasonable market value. Now, also, all contracts with individual contractors of 100,000 or more require board approval. So watch services contracts that may exceed this over the course of a year due to more students being served than you initially anticipated or something like that. Um, so just be aware that that is out there as well. Authorizers are going to have to do some new things, and we've already talked about, them needing to review credit and debit card transactions specifically. They also are going to have to visit each school site that's approved in the charter petition at least annually. And then, as we discussed, they have to provide you, the governing board, with feedback on any issues of concern that relate to fiscal condition, including fraud, misappropriations of funds, embezzlement, or other financial crimes. Okay. Now, responsibilities, they also have to provide you, the governing board of the charter school, within 60 days, a notice of any material concern arising out of their ongoing oversight and monitoring activities. Note, and this is probably one of the most interesting things of this budget trailer bill, note that the material concern is defined as a concern that could lead to a decision of non-renewal or revocation. But the list that is here does not align with the list elsewhere in the statute and the Charter Schools Act with why charter schools can be non-renewed or revoked. This list is a little different. And so, for example, it includes issues pertaining to equity or accessibility, okay, and issues with governance procedures. And this provision on contracts here as well. So not sure how the courts are going to sort out this notion that the statute doesn't align in the two different sections. They're going to have to try to harmonize them. But what I wanted to sort of bring to your attention is that you may start receiving these kinds of notices. And I suspect that authorizers will want to document any concerns they have because they're going to want to be in a situation where they can show that they perform their oversight duties so that they can take advantage of the provision in the Charter Schools Act that says they won't be liable for debts and obligations of a charter school so long as they have performed their appropriate oversight. So with that, I've completed the slideshow I had and just wanted to open the floor in case there's any questions that folks might have. I'm happy to answer those, or always available, of course, if a question occurs to you after today.
Follow-up question, on the extended role of the board that you went over and what that would look like. You said it was mostly related to us potentially receiving communications directly from our authorizers. Do we know any more specifics around that? Would it be like on an as-needed basis, or is it meant to be more like routine check-ins? Just curious about any more details available now, or is it really up to them to decide?
It's really up to them to decide, how do they want to communicate, except that the law provides that if they have any material concerns or if they have any suspicion of financial crimes, that they are legally required to notify you if they have either of those two circumstances. So I think any notice that you receive obviously should be taken seriously and we'll need to respond to it timely. But yeah, this is a new thing for everyone. So it'll be an additional workflow that has not been present previously.
Yeah. I think, any other questions? Thoughts? You did so well, in covering everything. I think we're good on
Perfect.
our favorite topic of Brown Act Plus. So thank you for joining us. Always appreciate time with you.
All right. Take care, everyone. Have a great rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And we will move to our final item, organizational vision, office framework reflection. We wanted to just bookend our day, around our vision, our themes for the year. Cool. So I think, this represents us coming together today and looking, at different topics through our various vantage points. We did a little bit of scoring, ideating, processing, right, and some learning. And we got to see things telescopically and, you know, few ways we can, envision how our future might be different, consider what's possible. And of course, we've looked at things microscopically, gotten into some granular detail, and really making sure we're looking at what's in front of us to help inform where we want to go. We wanted to land on a reminder of the questions we started with. Again, we want everyone to walk away from today, with not just applying these to our sessions today, but again, in your various roles and the spheres of influence that you have within those. So again, where do you want to lead? And that means standing for something, deciding something, helping us get to a certain place. Where do we need to help each other by keeping one another informed and sharing the knowledge that we have? Where do we need to learn more, seek more, be vulnerable when we need to, and understand we're all learning and growing in different ways. And it's about keeping actively pursuing the things that we don't know. And then where do we need to be ready to act, to leave today, to do something different because of what we. So finally, sorry, do you want to add anything more? So I shared this visual with all staff. I thought it'd be fun to share it with the board as well. As we move forward, we want to think about, of course, holding tight to our mission and our values. But I want to challenge us to let go of complacency, let go of our fear, let go of any deficit-based mindset. Because what we have to work with, it's amazing and it's a lot. And so remember, we have the talent on this team, we have the expertise, and maybe most importantly, we have the grit to get through anything. So let's be creative, let's be bold, like our mascots, and let's do the best we can for our students. And I'll invite any last thoughts. Anyone has anything, comments, questions? Okay. With that, wrap it up. Executive Director, do you have anything to report?
Just a thank you to everyone for being here together as a team. It's a good opportunity for us to come together. And I just want to give a shout out to our amazing deans who are diligently live streaming on Saturday.
So, right, board mates, anyone have anything to report?
Just want to thank everyone. I think this session was incredibly helpful, especially as a new board member. It really helps connect the dots. It helps show what some of the key metrics are that we value, that we are really important to the success of the OPA. And so, yeah, I really did like the information that was shared. Thank you to Charter Impact, and thank you to Jerry, who's not on anymore, but it's helpful. And thank you everyone that showed up.
Thank you for giving up your Saturday to come hang out with us, and I appreciate your openness and vulnerability and sharing with us and your group effort and willingness to implement our mission and vision, make this year better than last.
Now, nickel that with, I feel like every transaction we have with one another matters. Informal, formal like we did today, and I so appreciate working with each one of you. Some were a little newer working together and I'm excited what's to come, and others who we've been in this rodeo for a while together. I also appreciate you and just our consistent ability to adapt and continue just looking out for, what we're here to do, and that's to come serve students. So thank you all, and we'll move to adjournment. And may I get a motion and a second on the adjourn?
A second.
Thank you. And then all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? And with that, we are adjourned at 1:55 p.m.